Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. If you could take your seats, we'll start in 1 minute. On va commencer dans 1 minute. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Welcome to the Audit Committee meeting of today, November 26th. Bonjour à tous. Just a few comments before we start, before we get to the agenda. Today, we will see the full range of Audit Committee work. Aujourd'hui, on va voir la pleine ampleur du travail du Comité de vérification. With the committee's concurrence, we will first hear from Ernst & Young, our external auditors, who will outline their work and the audit plan for the coming year. We're going to, with the concurrence of the committee, and when we call the agenda, we'll get the concurrence. My intention is to have the second presentation on the Auditor General's work plan, which I know councillors are very interested in, and it might have an impact on what will be now our third item, the presentation on the budget. The final item on the agenda will be a presentation by the Auditor General on his annual report, which this year includes 7 new audits. L'article final aujourd'hui à l'agenda sera une présentation du vérificateur général et son rapport annuel qui, cette année, comprend 7 vérifications. The findings from the 6 audits and questions from councillors will be in public. The committee will move in camera for the last audit report, which is on the land management system replacement being pursued by Planning, Infrastructure and Economic Development. The presentation must be in closed session because there is an active procurement underway, as well there is ongoing litigation that is related to it. This audit will, of course, be made public once the procurement is completed and the litigation is also completed. Avant qu'on commence, je veux certainement remercier le vérificateur général qui est ici, je pense, et son équipe pour tout leur travail en 2019. I want to thank the Auditor General and his team for all their work in 2019. It's been a year of very substantial audits and thorough follow-ups. The city is a multi-billion-dollar organization. It needs scrutiny and the audit function to ensure transparency, fairness, and value. Much of the city's operations work very well, and I'm certainly appreciative when the Auditor General points out the things that are indeed working well, in addition to the areas where we can improve. J'apprécie particulièrement que le vérificateur général souligne souvent ce qui fonctionne bien à la ville, en plus de ce qui peut être amélioré dans les autres secteurs. La plupart des opérations de la ville fonctionnent très bien. I'd like to acknowledge the hard work and diligence of the city's management team and staff. At the Audit Committee, we see management agreeing to work on the Auditor General's recommendations on every audit, and constant improvement is, of course, the most important objective. It is never achieved. And so now, with that, we will turn to the agenda. And as I suggested in my opening comments, I would like to propose, with the concurrence of the committee, because we have a motion by Councillor Meehan that might impact the budget. I would like to ask if currently item number 3, the Office of the Auditor General Audit Work Plan, could be moved to item number 2, and item number 2, the draft operating and capital budget, be moved to item number 3. Carried. Thank you all very much. Any declarations of interest? Seeing none, I would like to advise the committee. I was appointed on item number 4. The Auditor General will be reporting on COSOF, the City of Ottawa Superannuation Fund. I have been appointed to COSOF board in 2014 and reappointed in 2018. I've received advice from the Integrity Commissioner. I have no pecuniary interest, and no conflict. The report deals with a lot of administrative issues at COSOF, but I simply wanted to remind the committee that I am indeed a member, a trustee of COSOF. In this term of council, councillors Harder and Deputy Mayor Dudas are also city councillor representatives on COSOF. And so I just wanted to advise of that. Confirmation of minutes for the minutes of October 22nd. Carried, thank you very much. All the 4 items now reordered have a presentation, and so item number 1, I would ask, there will be a presentation by Ernst & Young with respect to their audit plan for 2019. And if we could do that, I would appreciate it. Thank you. So welcome, Ms. Gignac, if you'd like to, and Isabelle Jasmine, if you'd like to introduce your small team with you at the table and proceed with your presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my name's Susie Gignac. I'm the partner on the audit for the City of Ottawa, and I have with me Lisa Godin, who is the manager on the file. We're going to walk you through the audit plan. We're happy to answer questions during or at the end, entirely up to you. Okay, so what services are we providing? So we are engaged by the city to provide an opinion on the consolidated financial statements in accordance with public sector accounting standards. We also perform audits on a number of other small entities and grants and contributions that are provided to the city. We will provide to you a communication if we identify any significant deficiencies in internal controls as a result of our work. And we will provide information to management if we feel there are other than significant deficiencies that we think merit their attention. We will also be back in May to report on the audit results after we complete our work, and we will perform the translation of the financial statements and the financial information in the annual report. So one of the key concepts when we're performing an audit is planning materiality, because the opinion that we actually give is whether the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects. So materiality is the level at which an error or omission in the financial statements would be expected to impact the decision of a user relying on those financial statements. We do use professional judgment in determining materiality, but there are some quite set standards that are used. We've used for this year's audit 2% of operating expenditures, which is $72.2 million, similar to the prior year, and very much in line with industry. This is our preliminary materiality. As we progress through the audit, if we identify any new issues or concerns, then we may adjust our materiality accordingly, and we would tell you that when we present our audit results. And we do testing at levels much lower than materiality. So we do key item testing, which can be which is usually a percentage of materiality, where every transaction over a certain level is looked at. And we do random transactions, so any transaction, random sampling means any transaction could be picked. Our audit approach is similar to prior years. We expect to rely on internal controls over the IT systems, so both SAP and the MarkView system. We're expecting to rely on controls over change management, logical access, and IT operations. We will also rely on controls over certain processes, so in particular around the purchases payables payment system and the payroll system. As we're executing the test of controls, if we identify any significant deficiencies, again, we will bring them to your attention or to management's if we feel they merit their attention. If we do have concerns and there are issues that result in us having to change our approach, then we'll raise that with you when we present the audit results. So I'm going to pass it over to Lisa, who's going to quickly walk you through our areas of audit emphasis.
So for the areas of audit emphasis, we have 6 areas that we've identified, and these are areas that potentially have a higher risk for a material misstatement. The first 2 that we've identified are revenue recognition and tangible capital assets. For these 2, we are going to employ our data analytics tools that we have at EY, primarily over the user fees and municipal taxes under revenue. We'll also perform tests of details over government transfers and development charges. For TCA, we primarily use the data analytics tools, but we also ensure that we look at any additions, transfers, disposals, as well as the amortization over the assets. The other 4 areas are investments, the employee future benefits, which includes the OC Transpo pension plan, as well as superannuation fund, and WSIB, contingent liabilities, and commitments. Our strategy over these 4 sections is primarily substantive. For investments, we focus on the valuation and the existence through confirmations and market value testing. For employee future benefits, we will engage the use of our internal specialists to help look at the assumptions and the methodology to ensure they're reasonable. For contingent liabilities, we send legal letters to both internal and external legal counsel, as that's the largest contingent liability recorded on the books. And for commitments, we look at a lot of the larger significant projects during the year. Specifically this year, we'll be looking at the Ottawa Light Rail Transit project.
All right, so moving on to our timing, we have conducted our planning at this point. We've met with a number of members of management, as well as the Auditor General, the Audit Committee Chair, to get an idea of what's going on at the city and what should be considered in our planning. We will be doing our interim in November, December, and into January. Execution of our main audit procedures will be in April, May, at which point we will come back and report to you, and then issue our opinion in June. There are some new accounting developments in the current year, which we will also consider. We don't anticipate this one will have a significant impact on the city, but there is a new standard on restructuring transactions, which we will consider. There are a couple others that are coming down the pipeline in the next couple of years, and we will talk to management about how they're planning for the impact of those, because some of them are fairly large around asset retirement obligations and financial instruments. And that is our current year plan. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. There are no delegations. There are never delegations. Any questions from committee members on the plan? No?
Just a question. What exactly are you looking at in LRT?
So we're looking at the financial reporting for LRT, making sure that the commitments are appropriately disclosed in the financial statements, any payables, receivables, any contingent liabilities are all recorded appropriately in the financial statements, and there's disclosure in accordance with the standards.
All on stage 1 from...
It would be both, because some will have, stage 2 will have commitments and does have some costs incurred, so it will be both phases. We'll be looking at the agreements and making sure that they're appropriately recorded in the financial statements.
And when will that work start?
That's all part of the financial statement audit, so we will start by doing interim and getting an understanding of what the changes are, and then we'll be doing our year-end work in April-May timeframe.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Similar question, I just wanted to know, does that include the contracts for LRT? You also audit them?
So from a financial statement audit perspective, we're looking at whether the financial statements are reporting the information that has taken place to date based on the standards, the public sector accounting standards. So we're not looking at contract management, but we would look at it from the perspective of are all the liabilities and commitments, et cetera, appropriately meeting the standards and reported in the financial statements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Just 2 quick questions. Could you take us through, again, your audit plan refers to materiality, and it's a big number, 72 million, 72.2 million. Could you talk the committee and interested persons through the concept of materiality and what that means and what you're looking for?
Yeah, the number can seem large, but it's 2% of operating expenditures, so it's a percentage that is well within a reasonable range. What it actually represents is the level at which we think if there was an error or omission in the actual financial statements. So As an example, of capital assets, which represent, I think, about 13 billion of tangible capital assets, was misstated by 72.2 million, would it impact the user of a financial statement? So we look at it from that perspective, and whether, when we're reporting on it, whether that amount would actually change the decision of a user when they're relying on those statements.
Thank you. My only other question is your areas of audit emphasis this year, revenue recognition, contingent liabilities, investments, employee benefits, costs, tangible capital assets, and commitments are exactly the same as the ones last year. Does the risk not change, or are you seeing just constant risk? Can you comment on why those are your areas of emphasis?
We see those as the areas where there is possible risk in financial reporting. Those tend to be the areas that have large new agreements. So when we met with management and members of the committee, some of the things that were raised were things like the LRT. There are big projects underway. So we had already picked up tangible capital assets. That's been similar and a risk area for a number of years. We would now extend it into the LRT Phase 2 contract and making sure that's appropriately recognized. Revenue recognition, large contracts and agreements that are new, which tend to be what has changed and where there's risk, are picked up in revenue recognition as well. So what we found was a lot of the areas we were already picking up are where the risks actually lie. So those haven't changed drastically year over year.
Thank you very much. And seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation and thank you for coming today. That the Audit Committee receive this report and forward to Council for information. Is that approved? Carried. Thank you. We are now at the second item, which is labeled number 3, the Office of the Auditor General 2020 Audit Work Plan. There will be a presentation by the Auditor General's Office, and there is a motion by Vice Chair Meehan to add the supporting documentation.
No. Not this one. No, not yet.
No? Add supporting. Si tu maintenant ou après.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Okay. Whereas excuse me. Whereas the supporting documentation for the items 3 and 4 titled Office of the Auditor General 2020 Audit Work Plan and Office of the Auditor General Annual Report and detailed audit reports was not circulated with the agenda package. Therefore, it be resolved that the Audit Committee approve the addition of these documents for consideration by the committee at today's meeting pursuant to Section 89(3) of the Procedure Bylaw, being Bylaws number 2019-8.
Thank you. Is that item carried? Thank you. Mr. Auditor General, you have a presentation, and welcome to Deputy Auditors General Brennan and Milner.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président, membres du comité et les autres conseils qui sont ici. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Audit Committee, and other councillors that are here today. Le Comité de la vérification et le Conseil municipal doivent s'en remettre au bon fonctionnement de l'environnement de maîtrise des risques pour protéger les ressources de l'administration municipale et veiller à ce que les fonds des contribuables soient dépensés et gérés judicieusement, dans un souci de transparence et de responsabilisation. Mr. Chair, excuse me. Mr. Chair, the Audit Committee and City Council need to rely on a properly functioning risk and control environment to protect the resources of the corporation and ensure that taxpayer funds are spent and managed appropriately with transparency and accountability. You've seen this table before. In the Institute of Internal Auditors framework, they talk about the model of 3 lines of defense. Operational management is the first line of defense. Management develops controls and policies and detailed procedures and they form part of that line of defense. There should be adequate controls, and management, through their supervisors, should ensure that staff are in compliance with their policies and procedures, and that any non-compliance is identified. The non-compliance and that supervision is the second line of defense. The final line of defense is the Office of the Auditor General, who provides the Audit Committee and City Council with independent, objective assurance of the operation of this framework. We take our direction as auditors from a number of different bodies. The Committee of Sponsoring Organizations, known as COSO, provides guidance on audit processes. We follow the Institute of Internal Audit Standards. At the last Audit Committee, we talked about the City of Ottawa audit standards that are based on the Institute of Internal Audit Standards. Certainly, we are very dependent on the internal control system that is developed by management. Now, COSO identifies 5 components of an appropriately functioning internal control system. And I'd like to draw your attention to 2 components. The risk assessment process. At Audit Committee, we often talk about the importance of risk. The importance of risk in the development of our audit work plan for each individual audit, and the importance of risk in the development of our annual work plan when we decide the audits that we're going to look at. But I'd also like to draw your attention to the last item, the last component of internal control system, and that's the monitoring of controls. And that is management's function. That's where they make up the first and second line of defense. La direction de la ville assume la gestion des risques et le bureau de vérification générale tient compte des risques dans l'élaboration du plan de vérification et dans l'établissement des domaines prioritaires. The management is responsible to manage the risk, and as you've heard us talk before, risk should be an integral part of the planning process across the city, not just for the Office of the Auditor General. And as I said earlier, we incorporate risk in the development of all of our work plans and while we conduct our audits. Our work plan is presented annually, and the methodology that we've always followed in the past continued this year. We meet with members of council, we meet with senior management, we review the budget documentation, we look at the previous audits that we've done and the results of those audits. We review audits and work plans that have been done by other municipalities. We seek input from the staff of the Office of the Auditor General. Those are the individuals, and I'm pleased to say that they're with me today, sitting behind us. Those are the individuals that know the organization best. They go across the city as they perform their audits. We meet with the external auditors, who are just up here, and we review the management letters that they send to the city. We assess all the various programs and services that the City of Ottawa offers against various criteria and our own risk analysis. And of course, our own fraud and waste hotline reports are reviewed. So in 2019, the work that we did, we developed a protocol with the Office of the Integrity Commissioner. We performed, I believe it was 11 follow-up audits, and you'll see today 7 audits, as well as our annual fraud and waste report. We supported the fraud and waste hotline, and we completed 3 investigations. So the audit work plan that we're proposing for this year, there we are. The audit work plan that we're proposing for this year, and you'll note, Mr. Chair, that I've highlighted 2 areas in italics and another area in bold. And I wish to point out that when I submitted our work plan, the first items that you see prior to the bolded item were the items that we were going to come forward with our audit work plan. We were at the time considering and have now decided that we would actually like to conduct an audit of OC Transpo demand forecasting and scheduling, and we would like to add that to our 2020 work plan. But in order to deliver that audit, we feel that we would have to lift 2 audits off of our work plan because of the resources that it would take to do this other audit. And the 2 audits that we would suggest removing from our work plan are the second, the audit of IT hardware asset management, and the third from the bottom, audit of the P-card payment system. As discussed at the last audit committee, in 2020, we'll also be working with the City Clerk's office on the City of Ottawa audit standards. Throughout 2020, we will be also setting management letters directly to management on items of lesser significance. We'll continue to administer the city's fraud and waste hotline, and we'll continue to update the risk analysis and work on our own quality assurance review program. Each of our audits, where applicable, we always address succession planning. The purpose of that is to ensure that the uninterrupted operation of the city and the retention of corporate memory as people come and go. Where possible, we identify areas where management could seek opportunities for potential savings. And we also look at occupational health and safety, seeing as the most valuable asset that the city has, of course, is the employees. Donc, notre prochaine étape est de préparer nos affectations de travail, communiquer avec le bureau de directeur municipal et établir le calendrier de vérification. So our next steps will be to prepare our work assignments, schedule the audits after we contact the city manager's office, once again keeping in mind the effect that our audits will have on the operations of the city. Mr. Chair, now that completes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Auditor General. Thank you for your work. Before we proceed, there are no delegations. Before we proceed with questions, I will ask the Vice Chair to introduce the motion as per your presentation, modifying the work plan, and then there is another amending motion to that, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Okay. Whereas every year the Auditor General meets with all members of Council in order to obtain their insights and feedback on potential audits in preparation for the Audit Committee and City Council considering its annual audit work plan. And whereas this internal consultation process was undertaken and the report entitled Office of the Auditor General 2020 Audit Work Plan was published on Friday, November 15th, in the Audit Committee agenda to be considered at the meeting on Tuesday, November 26th. And whereas the proposed 2020 work plan for the Auditor General included 7 audits, and whereas recent events with the combined OC Transpo bus and light rail system have raised concerns and caused the Office of the Auditor General, the public, and some members of Council to express a desire to revise the Auditor General's 2020 work plan by adding an audit related to the demand forecasting and scheduling at OC Transpo. And whereas subsection 223.19 of the Municipal Act 2001 mandates that an Auditor General who reports to Council and is responsible for assisting the Council in holding itself and its administrators accountable for the quality of stewardship over public funds and for achievement of value for money in municipal operations. And whereas subsection 223.19 of the Act mandates that a statutory Auditor General shall perform his or her responsibilities under this plan in an independent manner. And, I'm sorry I read the whole thing. Let's just skip down to, be it further resolved that the audit of
Therefore, be it resolved.
Therefore, absolutely, sorry. Therefore, be it resolved that the report entitled Office of the Auditor General 2020 Audit Work Plan be amended by adding a comprehensive audit concerning the audit of OC Transpo demand forecasting and scheduling, And be it further resolved that the audit of IT hardware, asset management, and the audit of the P-card payment system be deleted from this report and subsequently added to the Auditor General's proposed audit work plan for consideration of the Audit Committee and Council in 2021.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And you are proposing an amending motion
I
to
am.
that? And if you could read it,
Okay, thank you.
I would appreciate it.
Whereas the Office of the Auditor General has circulated the draft 2020 work plan for consideration at the Audit Committee meeting of November 26, 2019, and whereas a last-minute addition to include an audit of the OC Transpo demand forecasting and scheduling be presented to the committee, and whereas an audit of IT hardware, asset management, and an audit of the P-card payment system be deferred due to budgetary limitations within the draft 2020 Audit Committee budget, therefore be it resolved that Audit Committee approve an increase of $200,000 be allocated from the Tax Stabilization Reserve as a one-time transfer to fund the Auditor Committee's budget, including the draft 2020 work plan as amended to include an audit of OC Transpo demand forecasting and scheduling.
Thank you very much. So we'll be voting on those motions in the reverse order that they were just presented, and then we'll be voting on the report, if amended, after we do questions to the Auditor General based on his presentation. Councillor El-Shantieri.
So, Mr. Chair, would you like us to talk about the Auditor General plan and the motion at the same time so we can once and for all?
I apologize.
Okay, my question to you is, should we talk about everything, including the motion with the...
Absolutely.
Okay.
The Auditor General's report,
Okay.
there are motions amending the Auditor General's report and amending motions, and it's all on the table.
Maybe I'll start with the reverse order. So my question to the Treasurer, can you tell us how much left in the tax stabilization account as we speak today? Do you have that number available? Do you have that number available today?
Through you, Chair, I believe there's $18 million sitting in the tax stabilization reserve.
And with that, there's that funding is available for foreseen, unforeseen floods, tornadoes, emergency, and other stuff. Is that correct? Is that what the intention of the fund is?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, I'll begin by saying I will not be supporting this motion to take money from the tax stabilization fund. But my question to the Auditor General, when we talk about social housing audit and you include that in your work plan, can you just tell the committee how far are you dig into the social housing component with your audit?
Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor, the city housing falls under our purview, and we have not done any work there in some time. The Office of the Auditor General hasn't done any work there in a while, other than provide them some assistance in setting up their own fraud and waste hotline. But it is an area of significant expenditure with significant resources, and they carry out significant activities providing important services to the citizens of Ottawa. And for that reason, we have wanted to look at Ottawa community housing, at least in some way, and during my term. At this point in time, we don't know which area we would look at, but I think it's fair over the course of the term of an Auditor General to dedicate at least one audit to an entity as large as Ottawa Community Housing. And of course, we would decide which area we would focus on at Ottawa Community Housing after we've spoken to staff of Ottawa Community Housing, councillors, other stakeholders, and looked at their own internal risk analysis of their own activities, and then conduct our own risk analysis.
With your, when you be conducting this audit, will you be also looking at procurement, repair, how contract granted are, because I believe they do have a separate process than the city procurement process when it comes to renovation, repair, qualification, all this. Would you be looking at those areas?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. Procurement is a significant activity, and it's a significant activity of risk in any organization, and it certainly would be high on the list of activities that we would consider looking at.
Would you also be looking to work with the province and the Fed to make sure some of the people we have there, they still exist and their name is still valid and their income, and would you be able to go that far with your audit? Working with other level of government, basically.
Mr. Chair, it's I've certainly spoken before about the wish on our part to cooperate with other auditors in other levels of government, and that's certainly something that we would be open to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question first would be to the clerk on the two motions. One seems to it's almost like they changed their mind with the second one, because they're saying that they don't want to do the first unless we transfer the money. Is it okay for both to go forward? Are they both in order?
Mr. Chair, the second motion that Councillor Meehan introduced would be an amendment to the first. So if it were to be approved by the committee, would remove the necessity for the removal of the audits.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Menard, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. And thanks for the report, Mr. Hughes. I wanted to key in on the audit around I think it's stage 1, demand forecasting and scheduling, and the after effects of that. That's, I believe, what the audit is targeting. So will that include adding the Confederation line launch to your work plan? Is that what that is, the launch of the Confederation line, or is this something separate to that?
Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor, no, this is much broader than stage 1 or the Confederation line. We would be looking at the function of demand forecasting and scheduling within OC Transpo, and it would include everything, and it would be forward-looking.
Okay. Would that include the problems that we've seen in the first weeks of launch of the Confederation line, though? Would that be inclusive of that audit? I understand it's a broader piece, but would that include what we've seen in the launch of stage 1? The demand problems we've seen there and scheduling issues we've seen there?
Mr. Chair, no, this would, like you, I certainly have some questions about the launch, and we will be sending some of those through. I have no objection to stating that we have some questions that we would like answered as well. But this particular audit that we were talking about adding would be looking at that function within OC Transpo as it exists when we start our audit and looking forward.
Okay, so when you start the audit in 2020, you'll be looking at it from then on, or I guess it's from today on.
Well, we would look at how do they do their demand forecasting and then roll out scheduling accordingly.
Okay.
So with the assumption, if you assume that the process hasn't changed in some time, it would obviously cover some of that same ground, but
and that's what I'm getting at. I think, Mr. Hughes, you answered the question, and I appreciate that. You've been forthright about it. I guess I'm trying to get at that we should be making sure this audit is inclusive of what we've experienced in the municipality over the last several weeks. And so I know we can't direct that to happen, but that is something that I think we should be urging to occur as part of Audit Committee and Council, that be included in this analysis. I don't think we need a full separate audit for that. It seems to make sense that this one would capture that. So I don't know, Mr. Chair, I'm at the discretion of yourself here. How can we do that here today to make sure? I'm not sure if the Auditor General is hearing what I'm saying and can include it, but.
Mr. Auditor General, are you hearing what the councillor is saying?
Mr. Chair, I can confirm I heard what the councillor said. The scope of any audit that we do is always at the discretion of the Office of the Auditor General. We're always guided by activities going on around us. We're not blind to what happens. But in relation to the launch, this is not an audit of the launch, and we're not proposing an audit of the launch. I've got some questions about the launch, as others do, and depending on those answers, it might lead to some work in relation to that. But that's not what this audit is.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, and I guess the question that we're all asking has been a major issue in the city is how do we get to the questions we all have around the launch of Confederation Line through your work. And so some of this, it seems clear to me that some of the scheduling relates to this, the demand management, those pieces seem to relate to it. So I just want to, I guess, put on the table that I think there's agreement around the council in general that this would be something that the public would want to see and councillors would want to see. And I'm hopeful that comes as part of this audit. If you're saying it has to be a full other audit, a different audit, then when would that come if that was going to be the case? Or could you include it as part of this audit?
Mr. Chair, we don't, it really is dangerous to at this stage to talk about connections that may or may not be there before we've started any of our work in an audit, and that's really you're talking about the conservatism of an auditor. I mean, you are. I'm hesitant. In fact, I won't draw connections between what may or might have contributed to it. Here we are looking at how OC Transpo identifies and forecasts the demand and lays that across a schedule that would meet those needs.
Okay, I see. The audit, though, could draw those connections if you through your work. That may come up through the audit process, though.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, I can't confirm or deny that it
Okay.
will. I mean, that's not the nature of an auditor to presuppose what they will find in an area that they're going to work.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Mr.
Okay.
Hughes. I feel like you've answered the question, and you've heard the concern. With regard to the councillor's motion, if that extra funding was added, would you be able to undertake the other two audits that are proposed to come out? Is that funding enough, and is the time enough to do those audits?
Mr. Chair, the reason why we took those two audits out is because we don't believe that we have enough resources to do this new audit that I've added, as well as those audits that we had planned on doing. And certainly, if additional resources were provided to the office, we would commit to do those two audits.
Okay, fantastic. So that's good to hear. I'm therefore just hearing that in support of Councillor Mia's motion. I don't have a vote, but I'm supportive of it and would be at council. I have a couple other questions, Mr. Chair, on related to Lansdowne, because there are a couple audits coming on Lansdowne. So, Mr. Hughes, you're planning on undertaking two audits on Lansdowne Park in 2020?
Menard, can we deal with that as part of item number 4 when the Auditor General presents his annual report? That is not...
Oh, no, this is for his work plan. Sorry, this is his work plan. Yeah.
You're asking about his work plan?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
So, Mr. Hughes, you're planning on undertaking two audits in the work plan for Lansdowne Park in 2020. One is a follow-up audit on the Lansdowne contract, and the other is an audit of the waterfall arrangement. Do you anticipate these will be completed prior to the end of Q2 2020?
Mr. Chair, through you, those two audits were on a 2019 work plan. Our intention was to have those two pieces of work done sequentially by the same team, because that would obviously provide some efficiency rather than sending two different teams back over perhaps some of the same territory with some of the same players. As indicated earlier, we're always conscious of what's going on around us, and knowing that there is not renewed interest, but additional interest in Lansdowne because of some alternatives that are being proposed for Lansdowne. We are always eager where we can to meet the wishes and needs of others. So we would certainly try to meet another timeline, but once again, not knowing what we will encounter, I would not be able to commit to meet a particular deadline, but we certainly would, knowing that there's the possibility of changes on the horizon, we would use our best efforts to try to meet another timeline.
Okay, that's very helpful, of course. Mr. Chair, you know that the last motion that passed at FEDCO had a Q2 2020 deadline for any operational changes or not to Lansdowne Park, which is why these two are so important. Since my last question is with regard to the prudent municipal decision-making, would you agree, Mr. Hughes, that Council would have more pertinent information in order to make an informed decision on the management of the operations at the full Lansdowne site by reviewing the results of these audits?
Mr. Chair, once again, not knowing what will come from those audits and not trying to take the role of a councillor who has to make a decision. Having more information is always better when you've got a decision to make.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me, Mr. Chair. There may be something related to that tomorrow at Council then. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Menard. And yes, you're absolutely right. The Auditor General's work plan does include new audits, does include follow-up audits, does include work in progress. So Lansdowne Park is absolutely a work in progress. Councillor DeRuse, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Auditor General, on your work plan. I have a couple follow-up questions from Councillor Menard's question. But my question to you, the $200,000 that we are raising our reserve to do that extra work, what really is going to give us, like on the surface? I know you touched a little bit about it, but what's in detail, what it can give us in detail, what we'll be able to, which area we'll be looking at, is it scheduling, what you're going to be able to do with $200,000, and where is the $200,000 price tag came to be able for us to be able to do that specific audit?
Mr. Chair, I'm proposing that we conduct the audit of OC transport demand forecasting and scheduling, and that we take off these other two audits. And I think there's a connection between those two audits that I wished to take off of my planned work plan in place of the OC Transpo audit. The committee is offering $200,000 of resources as additional resources that could be used to perform those two audits. And I believe that I could perform those two audits if there was an additional $200,000 provided.
But thank you, but that will be only surface audit. Are we looking into conception when we start implementing stage one? This is only surface audit. This is not real in detail how we did the contract, how we implemented in each stage by stage, and where we end up with today. So to do full-blown audit, my question to you will be, this is not going to cost. It's not going to be only $200,000 if that's what councillors have an appetite to look at. Am I right on that, or?
The The audit that we are going to do is to look at how OC Transpo identifies the demand for their services by their customers and how they then determine what their capacity, given the capacity that they have and the network that they have, what schedule to lay across that to meet that demand. That's what that audit that we're going to be doing would address. This is not an audit of the launch. Like everyone around the table, there are some questions that we all have. That's not part of this audit.
Thank you.
And the two audits that are displaced by the resources that we think we will need to do that audit of demand forecasting and scheduling of OC Transpo. Those two audits, the audit of IT hardware and the audit of the P-card payment system, those two audits are audits. They're still important audits, but as an office, all of the staff got together and we talked in great detail about which two projects we wouldn't do in order to do, in my mind, the much more important OC Transpo demand forecasting and scheduling audit. And those two audits, they're still important, and there is, I guess, a motion before the committee that says we'd still like to do those audits. Would $200,000 be enough money to do that? And my answer to that question is yes, it would be.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. In terms of the workload, asking for this new audit on demand forecasting and scheduling, which I very much support and would like to see in there. I think the residents of Ottawa would like to learn more about how this is done, and an audit seems very appropriate. But if you were doing the other audits that you were going to drop off, and you can do it with an extra $200,000. But I also wonder about the staffing for it as well in terms of the skill level, if you're able to scoop that up, because that's an extra demand on your office and you have to expand, and it's not just money, it's also the human resources that you have that. Do you have that available in that case?
Sure, that's a good question. And one of the things that we've talked about at Audit Committee many times is that we have both internal resources. We have a staff of auditors that we use. We supplement that by bringing in other outside professional auditors to do work on our behalf. And then we also bring in subject matter experts as we require from time to time. For example, we brought in light rail experts when we looked at aspects of light rail in the past. We've brought in medical doctors and nurses when we looked at public health and aspects in our retirement homes. So those two audits, the audit of IT hardware and the audit of the P-card payment system, would be audits that we could have done by outside resources. And to be honest, there are aspects of IT where we have brought in specialists from outside before. That lends itself to the use of external assets, and of course they have to be supervised, and that's what the three people at this table do. But we also tend to mix those external teams with internal resources so that we can retain some of that knowledge within the city. The payment card system is an audit that lends itself to a lot of data analytics, which once again is something that we could have external resources do. So we wouldn't bring in additional full-time staff. We would likely look to bring in contracted external resources.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. In terms of the demand forecasting and scheduling, what kind of resources do you have to look for in terms of working on that and doing a thorough job in terms of human resources?
Certainly, we're at early stages, Mr. Chair, but in the past, when we've looked at an area that requires an expertise that we don't have, we do look across Canada, and we do reach into the United States and even further if we have to find a subject matter expert. I suspect we would have at least one subject matter expert for that audit to supplement our team.
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of the audit on Ottawa community housing, that's very, very large, 15,000 units. I'm on the board for Ottawa Community Housing, so I'm very interested in this idea that you're going to audit it. What is it that you're focusing on in terms of something that is that large, such a big institution?
Once again, Mr. Chair, it's early to tell, but we would be interested in talking to the management at Ottawa Community Housing, the members of the board, other stakeholders, looking at some of the internal documents that they prepare that would give us some indication of areas that are undergoing change within OCHC, we'd look at their internal risk analysis, perform our own. We would look at some of the audits that have been done by some of the other municipal audit shops across the country of their social housing providers. And all of that would inform us as to which be the area that we would focus on. At this point in time, we haven't identified what area we would focus on, just that we would dedicate some of our resources to an audit within OCHC.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that is important with Ottawa Community Housing is the future, and they are looking at possibly expanding with all the affordable housing that we hope to see, there's a big future in front of them. How does that affect what you're doing as an audit? Do you look into the planning for the future as well?
Mr. Chair, once again, we would look at all of the processes that should and would be in place for an organization the size of OCHC, and that would all form part of the determination for the area that we decide to focus on.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the audit for the OC Transpo revenue, I'm always hearing from constituents that why doesn't OC Transpo have more fare inspectors? They're sure that people are not paying for buses and they're sneaking on buses, et cetera. How do you monitor something like that? How do you do an audit on something that where people are, if that exists, and how do you find out?
Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor, this is an audit that we wanted to do for some time, but in discussions with OC Transpo staff, it was felt that it was appropriate to wait until LRT was launched, and I think that made sense. Fare evasion is something obviously that interests auditors, as does the controls over revenue, including cash, and obviously the use of Presto. And there's been quite a bit of work done in this area already by some of the other municipal audit shops, not just here in the province but across the country, and we would tap into some of that expertise as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Merci, conseillère Kavanagh. Conseiller Eglis, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As often is the case when you're at the bottom of the list, a lot of the questions have been asked. I'm going to ask you to hypothesize here a little bit, and I know that's not something you like to do, but to follow up on Councillor Menard's questions, if the proposed OC audit led you down the pathway to issues in and around the launch, is $200,000 enough to carry out that work?
Mr. Chair, I don't think there's a connection between the $200,000 and that and the audit of OC Transpo demand forecasting and scheduling. The $200,000 is to put back on the other two audits, the audit of IT assets and the payment card system.
Okay, but respectfully, the initial motion was to take those two off,
Correct.
which would then allow you to do the OC audit, which leads me to believe, and I think others around the table, that the cost of doing that audit is $200,000, or are we missing something?
No, I mean, I think it's reasonable to make that connection, but I'm not saying that it will cost $200,000 to do that audit. But the question that you've asked, and it's a hypothetical question, and let me answer it this way. The scope of the audits belongs to the Office of the Auditor General, and the decision to pursue other areas of interest based on things that we find rests with this office, and we always, before we expand an area, we think long and hard about that, whether we will pursue that area or add another audit at another time. For example, there was an audit, there's a couple of audits that we've done in the past where we went just to look at a narrow function, at a narrow function in a particular area, and there were things that we found when we were looking for something very, very narrow that led us to expand our scope because we felt that it was an important area that we should look at right then and there. But there have been occasions in the past where we have found some things that we decided we would keep in our back pocket for a future audit, and then they then come on a future audit work plan. So
I think part of the confusion here, if I may, is that we're being asked at this meeting to add an audit, and we're being asked to fund it with an ever-dwindling reserve, as my colleague pointed out. He's not there right now, but as Councillor Alchantiri pointed out. And while we respect your role to guide the audit and set the parameters, it's a little bit like buying a pig in a poke. We have a title for the audit, but it's not at all clear what the audit's going to do. It's clear it's not going to, at this point, look at the launch and the issues around that. Is it, and maybe you don't want to answer this, maybe you can't answer this, I don't know how much advance notice you've had about this request, but is it a systemic review of how this work is carried out by OC Transpo, or are you going to focus on a historical snapshot of how they did it? Like, you're asking us to buy into something here, but it's and I don't vote, but I have to vote on it at council. So trying to get a sense of what are we buying here? I get that the $200,000 you're saying is not directly connected, and I'm still a little confused by that, but I'll take your word for it. But if we do both of these things, keep all the existing proposals, add another one, give you another $200,000 to achieve that full body of work. What is this extra piece, like what are you looking at? Are you looking at how it operated over the last 18 months, 24 months? Are you looking at, did they buy the right product or set up the right system in the first place, whether they did that 5 or 10 years ago? Like, what are we getting?
Mr. Chair, maybe I can answer it this way. We are going to do the audit of OC Transpo demand forecasting and scheduling, even if this motion that's before the committee to put 2 audits back on the work plan. We're going to do that OC Transpo, a demand forecasting and scheduling audit, no matter what. In our mind, we felt that the risk profile around demand forecasting and scheduling was such that we had to add that audit to the 2020 work plan. We will, whenever we do an audit, we pick a time period, and we will look at how does OC Transpo forecast their demand, and there are hints of this in an audit report that you'll be seeing coming forward in our annual report, a report on city estimates. How does OC Transpo identify their demand and then forecast that in the future? And then how do they schedule to meet that demand, knowing with whatever tools are at their disposal, how that demand is going to change depending on future demand changes, and that could be anything. And in order to do our work, we have to look at how they have done their demand forecasting and their scheduling. So some of that work will look at some period in the past. I don't know what we're going to find. I don't know if it will address the launch. Our focus is not going to be on the launch. And I've made that very, very clear. Our focus is...
So maybe I can ask the question in a different way. Are you proposing with this audit that you feel needs to be on the list? Are you looking at how they forecast demand, because you said you're going to look in the past, for the buses, or how they forecast demand for the buses and the train system combined? Because they're very different beasts.
OC Transpo has a customer base, and there's been a lot of talk about the customer, and the focus on the customer. And OC Transpo looks at, I'm assuming, I've not been there, but assuming that OC Transpo looks at their customer, where they are, where they want to go, and how often they want to get there, and how long they're prepared to take. And that's what provides them with the information that they need to make their decisions around the scheduling. And that's what we're going to look at.
Fair enough, but...
So it wouldn't...
But how they get around now is different from how they got around a year ago. So there's different connections, there's different time periods, there's different stations. So I guess what I'm saying is I think Councillor Menard said it as well, I don't understand how you do this audit without taking into account what we're going through right now with the dual system in place, trains and buses and replacement system. I don't understand how you do the audit without talking about the launch. And I'll just leave it at that. I don't know if there's an answer to that. And I think I share his concern. I don't know how you do that. And make it something that we can work with.
And Mr. Chair, I can just say this. I can't commit at this time that I'm going to be addressing the launch. But looking at demand forecasting and scheduling, how it's been done, and how it's rolling forward, there will likely be aspects of how they planned their demand for another mode. Of course there will be, but I'm not going to commit. As I understood the question was being asked, I'm not going to commit that it's going to address the issues around the launch. I can't do that at this point. But I'm interested in how they forecast, how they identify their demand, how they forecast for it, and how they schedule to meet that demand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Eglai. Vice Chair Meehan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I support this new addition to the Auditor General's work plan because I think it's going to get to the heart of a question that a lot of councillors and the public have about how scheduling and how demand plays into the way that our bus system is organized. And I think it's patently wrong that something that's urgent, this is what councillors have been asking for, this is what members of the public have been questioning, and I think it's in the Auditor General, I think it's good on the Auditor General to add this because not that it's an emergency like a flood or something, but it goes to an essential service, and we have to get some answers. And I believe that the Auditor General is going to have to start looking back a little bit at the launch, and you're not discounting that totally. So I'm really happy with that. But each of the audits that you put on your audit plan, you deem are essential, and you get feedback from councillors and when you add these to your work plan. So let's say that the two audits that you were going to drop off, were important at the time. Is that correct, Auditor General?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. We were prepared to do these audits in 2020 because we felt they were important.
Okay, so these are essential audits, and given the efficiencies and the savings that come from the Auditor General's department, I think that sidelining these or deferring them to the next work plan, it would be a mistake. The Auditor General's department we allot about $2.3 million to the Auditor General's department. Correct me, that's right? Approximately?
To the Office of the Auditor General, it's about $2 million.
Okay. Yeah. And $200,000 of that is operating budget for the fraud and waste hotline. So that that department comes out of your budget.
The total costs of running the fraud and waste hotline and administering the fraud and waste hotline are about $200,000.
Okay, so I think it's patently wrong that we are going to add an essential audit, but it's going to cost us in terms of losing 2 audits that we have determined that are essential. And the reason I brought this motion forward is because the personal gain that we get for each and every individual taxpayer in this city is negligible. We only fund the Auditor General's office to $2.3 million, which for every man, woman, and child in the city is basically the equivalent of a cup of coffee, $2.30. Probably pay more for a cup of coffee there than that. So losing 2 essential audits when we can put $200,000, I know we say rating the reserve is sitting at $18 million. $200,000 is really a minimal amount of money for the savings and the efficiencies that are going to be recognized through these audits. And yes, I recognize there could be floods and things like that, but these are essential as well. And that's the point I'm making. Let's not lose 2 audits for the sake of $200,000. And that's why I brought this motion forward today. The Auditor General says he can do that, and I believe him. And I think that the $200,000, I chose that $200,000 because that's the amount of money he loses to the fraud and waste hotline, to the operating budget there. So I'll just leave it at that. But that's my argument for making this motion today. $200,000 sounds like a lot of money, and it is, but not for what we're going to get. Thank you.
Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Chair. So my one question was answered around the 200,000 and where that number came from. So we have clarity on that. But I just want to go back to the distinction between the demand forecasting scheduling and the launch, and the issues around the launch with forecasting and demand management. Would they then, in your estimation, would they be or could they be 2 separate audits?
Mr. Chair, if I understand the question, I'm not sure I do, but let me give a shot at answering it.
Do you want me to tell you why I'm asking?
Sure.
And then maybe that'll make it easier.
That might be informative, yeah.
So, given how the work plan is pulled together, you come, you speak to us, we have these ongoing conversations. At the time, speaking for myself, I certainly never would have thought to ask for this, of an audit of the LRT launch and what happened around the scheduling. So today, I think there is interest around that. Probably, again, speaking for myself, certainly even more than, looking forward. I want to know, or as important, I want to know what happened around that launch and how it was determined, what buses would be pulled, what the scheduling would look like, what those routes would look like. It was almost like route optimization, but done without a fulsome, in my estimation, a fulsome input by council. So I would have asked for that audit. So I'm just wondering if today that's what we should be doing.
Mr. Chair, the audit work plan is developed through the summer and the early part of the fall with meetings with all of the senior staff and all the councillors that wish to meet with us and other stakeholders. I've always said that it isn't final until we show up at audit committee. And every other year, there were no amendments to the audit work plan that was submitted in our council submission, our committee submission 2 weeks before committee, until last year when we added actually an audit that we're going to be presenting today, the audit of LRT Stage 2 procurement. We made that change because circumstances presented itself where that was something that I felt that we should look at. And something similar happened this year, and in our view, the issue that we felt required looking at was, as we call it, OC Transpo demand forecasting and scheduling. And because I think no matter what business you are running, whether it's, whether you're making donuts or transporting people from one place to the other, you have to know what your capacity is. You've made decisions about commitments on fixtures across your route, the equipment that you have, but you then have to know what your demand is, and you've got to have some way of forecasting what it's going to be down the road, and then laying a schedule across that to meet that demand. And in our view, that is an important audit to be done sooner rather than later.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
I guess in the end, I'd like to know things like, how did we decide to pull 180 buses off the road? What was going to be the outcome of that? And how was that inputted into the LRT schedule? So I guess between now and council, some of those discussions will have to happen amongst people who want to see that, maybe even with yourself. But I know for myself, I see them as linked, and I'm not sure that you're telling me that you see them as linked. But again, I understand we can't presuppose the outcome of your audit, but I just don't know how we can look forward without looking just in the rearview mirror a wee bit.
If I could, Councillor, I'm not saying that they aren't linked, but I'm not prepared to say that they are, and I think that's a reasonable position for an independent auditor to take.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. No other questions, but Councillor Hubley asked to go back on the list for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Auditor General, is it safe to say, I'll try to be general in my comments about an audit, but it may help address some of the answers being asked here about this audit. Typically, in all your audits, you take a look back. If you find to me, it's one of the best parts of how the city is transparent for the public. You'll often look back. If you see that somewhere along the way we were doing something wrong, usually you make recommendations on that. In most cases, management have implemented the recommendations as soon as whatever the issue was or the error in the process or whatever is done. To me, the real value in any audit is your recommendations to go forward. Whatever we're doing, how can we do that better? Is that a fair assessment of an audit?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. You can't fix the past. Mm-hmm. Sometimes there is the things that have happened in the past are informative, and certainly auditors spend a lot of time looking at the past, but you can't change the past, but all you can do is learn from the past and make changes so that if errors were made, they're not made in the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Auditor General. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the good discussion, everyone. So we have a motion to amend the Auditor General's work plan, but before that, we have an amending motion by Councillor Meehan, which I will remind, which we will vote on first. Therefore, be it resolved that the Audit Committee approve an increase of $200,000 to be allocated from the Tax Stabilization Reserve as a one-time transfer to fund the Audit Committee budget, including the draft 2020 work plan as amended to include an audit of OC Transpo demand forecasting and scheduling. And as we heard, the Auditor General is putting OC Transpo demand forecasting and scheduling on the plan. This would, as not specified, but as the details by Councillor Meehan, it would be to add the other two audits that were taken off. And so I think, if I might, that the Tax Stabilization Reserve has a specific purpose, and that is for unforeseen issues such as floods in Councillor Eglai's, Councillor El Shantiri's ward, Councillor Kavanagh's ward, and so while it is the purview of Council to use it that way, I would suggest it is not recommended. And as Councillor Meehan says, yeah, we could put it back later. Yeah, good point. And so yeas and nays, are yeas and nays in order, Carol, on the amendment? On the amendment. The $200,000 to be allocated from the Tax Stabilization Reserve to go to the budget of the Office of the Auditor General.
Councillor El Shantiri?
No.
Councillor Kavanagh?
No.
Councillor Darouz?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor Meehan?
Yes.
Conseiller Cloutier?
No. And so on, thank you. Pardon me?
5-1. 5 nays, 1 nay.
And on the original motion that is now unamended to change the Auditor General's work plan, is that carried? Carried. Thank you very much. And on the report as amended. Thank you all. We are now at the third item, original item number 2, which is the budget of the Auditor General. I think we have a record short presentation by the Deputy Treasurer. And do we, Carol, do we need the roadmap now or after?
Thank you, Chair. So we are presenting today the operating budget for the Audit Committee, and it's a very short presentation, and so we will each do our individual pieces.
Mr. Chair, members of the Audit Committee, if you look at our budget, there's an increase of about $130,000 to our budget this year. The first $65,000 is for inflationary and contractual changes to payroll costs and the inflationary changes to the goods and services. The additional $65,000, in 2018 and 2019, we conducted a review of the fraud and waste hotline and found that after 10 years, it no longer met the needs of the third decade of the 21st century. So we looked at what others were paying and realized that we would need an estimated $60,000 to $70,000 a year. And we're in the final stages of our contract process after a successful RFP. and we can confirm that we're able to meet the revisions to the fraud and waste hotline with the increase of $65,000 that's proposed.
So the second key line item in the audit committee budget is the external audit fees. Those are the audit fees that we pay at Ernst & Young primarily for external audits. The $398,000 is the total budget, and we get recoveries of $170,000 from other areas. So the net number is primarily for the audit of the financial statements. Some of the other audits that are conducted are audits of social programs, for example. These are provincially mandated audits, of financial and compliance audits that we must do every year, and so we contract for those, and we recover them from those specific programs. BIAs, for example, are also included in that number. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no delegations. There are never delegations for this, but I'm not bitter. But there are questions. Councillor El Shantiri.
Madam Deputy Treasurer, when you say 170 recovery from other aid, can you elaborate a little bit? Recovery from what?
Yes, so for example, the more significant ones is the audit of the BIAs. It's approximately $40,000. And then the other one is the in-house waste collection, about $15,000. And then there's various other sundry audits for primarily to meet provincial requirements. If we have a funding agreement or it's a program that we're delivering on behalf of the province, there's a requirement to do an audit. And so we include those, but we recover it from those social programs.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? No, seeing none. The motion before us is that the audit committee consider the relevant portions of the draft. I'm sorry, there's a roadmap motion. Vice Chair Meehan.
That the Audit Committee recommend that Council, sitting as Committee of the Whole, approve the Audit Committee 2020 draft budget, operating resource requirement. That's on page 3.
Is that carried?
Carried.
Thank you all very much. We are now at item number 4 on the agenda today, the Office of the Auditor General Annual Report and Detailed Audit Reports. The Auditor General has a presentation, but there are 6 audits. Then we will be moving in camera, and the Vice Chair will move a motion at that time to move in camera. And I suggest to the committee that we stop at each segment of the presentation so that we could invite appropriate staff up to answer questions on that segment of the presentation. And then we'll move on to the next segment. So, Mr. Auditor General, please.
Just waiting to throw up the presentation. I guess put up would be a better word.
Mathieu, es-tu là? Melinda. Okay.
I know how to do it. Okay. That's French. There you are. That's it. And slideshow from beginning. Go slideshow. It's tiny, 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 eh?
Mr. Auditor General, can you tell us what the order of your presentation will be, just so that we can get set up, please?
The order will be benefits processing, city estimates, superannuation fund, light rail, land negotiations, stage 2, fire services, and then we go in camera.
Thank you.
Nous sommes prêts. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Aujourd'hui, nous avons 6 rapports. Et la chose la plus importante de souvenir, c'est le fait que la vérification du système de gestion des terres sera présentée à huis clos. Mr. Chair, today we'll be presenting 6 audits, and as we've discussed earlier, with me at the table are the Deputy Auditor Generals Sonia Brennan and Ed Miner. The 3 of us will all be making presentations, and we will stop between presentations for questions, as you mentioned. Ed. He's got French.
Nous avons vérifié le traitement de prestations. Il y a 16 000 prestataires et retards, y compris les conjoints et conjointes et les pourcents à charge. We conducted an audit of benefit processing. The city provides benefits to roughly 16,000 employees and retirees, their spouses and dependents. Benefits are managed by 2 groups here at the city, the Human Resources Services, or HR, and the payroll group within corporate finance. HR is the plan sponsor, and they manage the contracts between the city and its insurer, and they communicate benefits to the employees. And the role of pension and benefits group within corporate finance is ensure that the insurer has accurate information on plan members, and they remit the monthly insurance premiums to the insurer. Actual expenditures for 2018 were just over $86 million for employees and retirees. Of this amount, $25 million related to long-term disability. Due to differences in how LTD is managed versus other benefits, we excluded LTD from this audit, and we'll be looking to audit that separately. There were 3 key service providers that have been contracted by the city to support the processing of benefits. The first is the insurer, and they review all the claims that are submitted, and they pay the approved claims. The second party is the external benefits consultant, and they provide services that include audits of the insurer's claims. They review the insurer's claims approval processes, as well as they provide some actuarial services. And the third party is a third-party administrator, and they primarily administer benefits for retirees and their dependents. The overall objective of our audit was to assess whether the city was effectively managing benefits processing. This was then broken down into the following 3 audit objectives. 1, that the city ensure that its benefit contractors are providing services in the manner that is specified in their contracts. 2, that only eligible benefit expenses are being paid. And 3, that the city processes are adequate to ensure the privacy of health and personal information that is handled by the contractors. The scope of our audit was the benefits processed by the city for the city plan, as well as for the ATU Benefit Trust in 2016, 17, and 18. Don't click. The key findings of our audits were, 1, that the professional fees paid to the external benefit consultant during 2017 excluded the amount in the original contract by 89%. $616,000 was paid versus $326,000 in the contract. The city contracts with the external benefits provider for 6 specific services. And during 2017, fees paid to this firm for activities that were not included in the original contract. Now, city staff, they approved these additional activities and the fees via email. However, they were not approved through the city's formal contracting process, and as such, they were not compliant with the procurement bylaw. Part of the reason that this was possible is that the external benefits consultant was being paid by both the city and the insurer. Now, the practice of the insurer paying the external benefits consultant directly a percentage of claims is not unusual in the benefits industry. However, this practice reduces the city's control over the amounts that we get paid to them. Second, we did find satisfactory controls ensuring that only eligible claims got paid. So in addition to the insurer's processing controls over claim submission, the external benefits consultant conducts compliance reviews. We examined their compliance review on drug claims and on health claims, and we found no significant discrepancies had been identified. And this is consistent with the detailed testing that we did on claimant eligibility as well as on certain drug claims. And in cases where it was discovered that ineligible expenses had been paid, the city recovered these amounts from the insurer. Third, we found a lack of monitoring of the amounts paid to the insurer for reimbursement of claims versus their fees. According to the contract, the city pays the insurer a retention/administrative fee. And this fee is a combination of a fixed fee per transaction, a percentage of the value of the claims paid, and a percentage of premiums. As mentioned, in 2018, the city paid roughly $86 million to the insurer. However, this was both for a reimbursement of claims and the insurer's fees. However, the city doesn't monitor how much was being paid for claims versus fees, and as such, they don't really know how much we paid in fees that year. The city relies on the work of the external benefits consultant to know if the insurer's calculations are accurate or not. Fourth, we found some of the quality assurance requirements that were stipulated in the contract with the insurer were not being fulfilled. The city's contract with the insurer requires it to have a number of processes in place for quality assurance. However, two of these processes, claims adjudication audits and system coding audits, were carried out by the city's external benefits provider and not the insurer. And as such, the city was paying for these services twice, because it was included in the total fee for the insurer, and we paid the benefits consultant to do it. We found that the service level penalties on performance were not being received on a timely manner. So the city has service level agreements with the insurer, and that they define the service level targets, as well as they set out the penalties if the targets are not achieved. And there were some $20,000 of penalties that were due to the city, and they just, not that we didn't receive them, it just they took an awfully long time to be received back into our account. And lastly, we found that measures were in place to protect personal information. To process benefits, the city and its contractors are provided with personal information on city employees, retirees, and their dependents. We found a number of measures were in place to protect personal information. These measures included the insurer providing annual reports from external auditors that verified that their controls were designed and operating effectively. All told, we made 6 recommendations in this audit, and the city has agreed with all of them. Now we'd be happy to take any questions related to this audit.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Auditor General. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up on one of the points of the audit. Let me see here, I think it's page 7, where it says that the penalties were paid for 2016, but I think at the time of the audit, 2017 was still owed. Do we have any update on that? Has management corrected that practice on collecting the money on a more timely basis?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have received the 2017 penalties, and we have received the 2018 penalties as well.
Thank you. That's great news. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe this is Ms. Marlin and, no, Branchot. Anyway, if you could identify yourselves, just
Greg Booskill.
And I'm Elizabeth Marland.
Or Elizabeth Marland. Thank you. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you, Chair. On page 2, it says the audit, the city pays over $80 million per year for benefits, and the cost has increased by almost 18%. I'm just wondering, do we know why it's jumped so significantly?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chair. Health costs are rising at the city as well as nationally, and there are two primary reasons why there was an increase. The first relates to the cost of prescription drugs. Those costs have increased approximately 18% over the past 5 years, and those are primarily actually related to the cost of biologic drugs. The second major increase has to do with the number of increases in LTD claims, and those primarily relate to mental health.
And are we allowed to know how many people are on LTD because of that?
Yes, currently there's over approximately 600 people on LTD currently.
At the city?
Yes.
How long is LTD? How long is, what would be the duration?
It varies. An individual can be on long-term disability up until age 65.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is probably, people think of this as the boring part of the audit report, but it's actually incredibly important to watch how our funds are spent for human resources and for pensions. I just want to ask, in terms of some of the complications and some of the recommendations, is it related to improving IT? Is there issues in terms of if we're like paying directly to insurers, et cetera? Would it be helping if we had more up-to-date IT programming?
We have currently accurate feeds, so where we provide information to the insurance carrier on a biweekly basis.
Okay, because it sounds like there was extra steps taken, so I wondered if it was related to the we just seem to have extra steps in there, so I wanted to know, in terms of paying more directly, if that would help, if that was the reasoning.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
It's in the recommendation number 4 that we pay consultants directly and stop indirect payments from the insurer. I wondered if it's related to why that happened in the first place.
No, that's not related to IT. As the Auditor General had stated, we were following an industry practice where we had a commission account with the insurance carrier, which was actually a percentage of premiums, and we paid the benefits consulted from that account. For 2020, we have moved those funds into the city budget, and we'll be paying them directly from the city operating budget.
Okay, so it's more efficient now.
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Liz. Liz, when you were asked about the number of long-term disability, the 600, how long they've been? Like some of them maybe accidents, some of them mental health, some of them other. So the 600, when you say the number 600, how long's been the 600 number with us?
So we've seen an increase in long-term disability over the past 5 years. In 2014, we had 420 cases. That has increased to 600. We're seeing 2 areas. We're seeing an increase in mental health claims. Again, that's not just isolated to Ottawa, but that is a national trend, and also musculoskeletal. And we have, as part of our Thriving Workforce strategy, we are working on a comprehensive wellness strategy, including a comprehensive mental health strategy to try to combat this.
Well, that's great. In the past, we used to have OMBI's report to give us where we are in a province, like the number 600 for a municipality of ours. Like we used to have a provincial body give us an idea where we are in the province. So if I ask you, would you know how we are paired, like compared to Toronto or another large single tier?
We are comparable to other employers of our size.
When it comes to the long-term disability, basically.
We do get numbers from our insurance carrier, and we go over those reports on a quarterly basis to see where we are at, and we are trending in line with other government agencies.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To you, I have a question to management. Why was our external benefits consultant being paid by our insurer?
Again, that is standard industry practice where these commission accounts are set up with the carrier, and we have subsequently changed our accounting practices for 2020, and we are moving those funds into the city budget.
Well, couldn't this be a conflict of interest if the benefits consultant is supposed to be keeping an eye on the insurer on our behalf?
We receive invoices from the benefits consultant, we verified their work, and then we advise the insurance carrier to release the funds to the benefits consultant. So we did review the invoices on a monthly basis.
So there is no conflict of interest on that?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other items on this, no other questions on this segment, thank you very much. I think the next segment is city estimates.
Thank you. La Ville utilise des prévisions et des modèles pour soutenir ses décisions stratégiques, financières et opérationnelles. The city uses estimates and models to support strategic, financial, and operational decisions. As a result of model risk, and this is inherent with any forecasting and modeling type of activities, the city is exposed to potential financial loss, poor decision-making, and poor service outcomes from risks, again, inherent in the complexities of modeling and forecasting. The objective of our audit was to assess the effectiveness of the city's governance, oversight structure, and functions with respect to selected estimates. As well, we assess the effectiveness of the estimate processes used to evaluate complex and uncertain future conditions. The scope of our audit included 4 estimates that we selected based on high dollar values, high impacts to city operations and residents. Those selected are included on the list before you: short-term ridership, long-term transit ridership, long-range financial plan transit, and stormwater rates. When you look across these selected estimates, they impact fare setting, fee setting, budget and planning, long-term affordability and plans for the city. So they're all very important in a number of ways. The transit, the ridership estimates are conducted by the transit department, and the long-range financial plan for transit and stormwater rates these activities are completed by the corporate finance department. So the findings of our audit are categorized. We looked across the different samples that we selected. Across the board, we found that governance and oversight was generally adequate for all of these. The one point that we made note of on our report and that we wanted to highlight today was with respect to the short-term transit ridership. Operational performance reporting related to the transit system has been suspended since 2015. Management had recommended to the Commission that this reporting be discontinued at that time, as there were concerns that it would not be comparable to previous years due to the effects of the construction for the Confederation line. The absence of this information, in our opinion, limited the Commission's ability to oversee the transit system in their governance capacity. Management has committed to produce a new performance scorecard following the opening of the Confederation line. We also noted in our report that in 2015, there was a review conducted by Transit for short-term and long-term ridership models. So this was a review taken by a third party. A summary of the findings and recommendations from this third party were presented to the Transit Commission and Council in 2016. When we followed up on the recommendations to see if they had all been implemented, we found that 3 of the 8 recommendations related to short-term ridership with respect to update of a fare survey as well as an update of the regression model had not been addressed to date. We also had found that some forecasting practices and processes were not well documented. Now, the risk with not documenting the practices and processes and modeling is that they may not be consistently applied over time as individuals change positions in the organization. As well, rationale for past decisions may be unclear, and if there's any looking back, if there were a lot of deviations from forecasts, then it's difficult to surmise what the cause might have been. We also noted that fare evasion estimates were not included in ridership calculations or forecasts, and I want to note that this is not uncommon. And in fact, we found that largely transit authorities don't try to make this estimate when they're forecasting. However, we found that when we looked at the data from 2018 inspections, on the bus routes, the inspections that were done found from a rate of between 4 to 17% fare evasion, and on the O train it was between 1.5 to 12.5%. Given the variability and the fact that inspections aren't, we can't really extrapolate that information across the board, we have made a recommendation to management in terms of trying to make that data more usable. Calculations for rationale of some fixed values weren't documented or updated in the way we would have anticipated. For example, there were some fixed values in the model related to the number of STO passengers transferring to OC Transpo. These values had been the same since 1999. The other example was with respect to the introduction of no-charge days for seniors. Surveys, again, had been conducted in 2011, and they haven't been updated since that time. One other aspect that we note in our report is with respect to an exercise that staff does, and it's a comparison to look again at their forecasts. They use APC, and these APCs are automatic passenger counters. They use that data and Presto data, and they supplement this information to review against the estimates that they have on fare revenue data. Now, automated passenger counters, these are infrared sensors that count the number of people boarding and disembarking from a transit vehicle, and they're on approximately 20% of OC Transpo buses and trains at this time. In the future, management has indicated that on all new vehicles, these will be installed. Now, the comparison itself is a good practice. However, there are a lot of limitations with the data. For one thing, we can't verify the completeness of the Presto data, and the limitation of the small amount of APCs that exist today. So this is something in the future that I think will help to enhance the information that they're forecasting. With respect to long-term transit ridership, a couple of the risks that we identified with respect to this area would be the loss of experience and knowledge. The forecasting that's done in this area is very complex, and it requires specialized skills. This work is done through a committee of 6 groups. It includes across the NCR, so it includes the NCC, the city, the STO, the MTO, and the there's another there I'm forgetting, but there's 6 agencies that are involved in conducting this work. It is a large undertaking. These are 30-year projections of a complex model, and it's done by a third party. But it is important that the city has knowledge and retention of this. They've identified this as a risk themselves and are looking for ways to mitigate that in the future. So we found that one of the inputs that validate the travel survey data as part of this model are permanent counting stations or counting stations that can be used and moved around. What we found with respect to counting stations is that Ottawa has no permanent counting stations. So in comparison to other cities, for example, Calgary has 38. What counting stations do is they provide more robust data, and they allow for the counting to happen on an annual basis to identify seasonal variations and travel trends that really can't be assessed by staff currently. In looking at files, we had also made some recommendations with respect to ensuring that files are secure and sufficiently backed up, considering the importance of the data that are contained in these estimates. With respect to the long-range financial plan for transit, we found some areas where model outputs could be better documented and retained, and as well sharing information on sensitivity testing. So with these long-term models, they do conduct sensitivity testing that show different scenarios that might be more positive or negative than what's presented, but the information isn't shared. And making informed decisions based on a range of scenarios we feel is beneficial, and it provides more information on what-if scenarios to committees and councils when they're reviewing this information. With respect to stormwater rates, this methodology is newer, and across the board we looked at aspects of activities that management would conduct around continuous improvement. There's always ways to improve modeling, and our expectation was that on a regular basis that they were looking for ways to improve the accuracy of these kinds of forecasts. With respect to stormwater, still early for this to occur. This is one area where we didn't find aspects of continuous improvement, but they do plan to do so in the coming years. We also found that not all the rationale supporting allocations were documented, and therefore we could not determine the justification for some of those areas. One last point I'd like to highlight is that when we did speak to a lot of staff, and in those conversations, in the interviews, we did look at skills and expertise across the board, and we didn't identify any concerns with that. We made 13 recommendations. Management has agreed with all of those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There might be, I have two councillors for questions, but maybe staff, I think, Isabel, I think if you can be ready, I would appreciate it. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Deputy Auditor General, for your report. I think it would be informative if I share with the committee that the Transit Commission has been waiting for this audit, and we are forming, we've already discussed, and we'll be forming a subcommittee on reports for the go forward, because as you mentioned, there was concerns with doing the reports in the last term of council because of the construction and the transition that was delayed but underway. But now we'll be able to get into that. So this copy of the audit will form a really good roadmap for that subcommittee to look at where they can improve on reports and so on for us. One of the issues you just talked about too was fare evasion, and I know from reports that the adoption of fare zones was supposed to help a lot with that, with the integrated system, that if you get on a bus and you don't pay, you're not going to be able to make your way through any of the fare zones to get on the trains, for example. But one of the things I learned as I was starting to look into this is we're never going to get to zero on that, because people need to realize that, the bus driver's on there by themselves. You get some rowdy gang of people getting on from, a night at the bars or some special event, and they refuse to pay. That one bus driver is pretty limited on what they can do to address that issue. So I don't think to get to zero is a fair expectation, but I would hope that we can get fare evasion down lower than whatever it may be now. So I just want to share that, Mr. Chair, and so that folks know that it is something that Transit is going to be looking at, and I expect early in the new year that subcommittee will start their work. So thank you, and thank you for your work on this.
Thank you very much for this report. It's obviously essential to be able to estimate so we can move forward in terms of what our growth will be. I can't help but wonder what the relationship is between the work you've done here and the request to have a demand forecasting and scheduling. Did this report inspire the idea of what we're doing in the future?
Mr. Chair, it was certainly informative.
Okay. Because I couldn't help but see the relationship in terms of what we're talking about in terms of estimating, and then to find out more in detail. Very interesting about, I get asked all the time, I mentioned this before, about people who don't pay. And sometimes it's people's, I think it's more people going in the back door or, on a busy day and such. It happens, and it always will. But how do they estimate the number of seniors who are, they can go in the back door anytime on Wednesday and Sunday? I mean, they're free. So how do they possibly estimate how many seniors are using the system?
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor, they conduct surveys, and you'll see in the report there are a number of surveys that are done conducted for various areas, fare surveys, travel surveys. There's an origin destination survey. That's just another aspect that they do conduct the information through surveys to try to get a sense of the demand and the forecasting for that.
Thank you. One of the requests we made at the Transit Commission is to look into providing a choice for a day for seniors if we continue this model, because it's so crowded on Wednesdays that they can't make appointments, etc. So this is all useful information, because all the community center organizations who help seniors have said that the concentration on the weekday of Wednesday has been very hard on providing resources to seniors, because it's all in one day, and that's the day they want to travel because that's the free day. So it's good to have this information. So I appreciate the work. In terms of the long-term rider forecasts for the transportation master plan and official plan, this is it based totally on the fares, or how else are we looking at how many are using the system?
The long-term transit ridership survey is based on this is a very large, complex model. It looks at future land use, population data. There's a multitude of economic data. There's a multitude of information that goes into this modeling process. We couldn't even scratch the surface with it today. It's a 30-year forecast, so it's really, they're looking so far out that they're using best methods and best practices to do that work. It's reviewed on a regular basis via a committee at the National Capital Region level.
And hopefully we'll get more people out of cars and be able to be on transit. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I noted you said that the performance reporting was suspended in 2015, and so you said it was because we were being affected, I guess the transit was being affected by construction downtown. I can't help but wonder, would data, if we continued to collect data during construction, whether that data would have been valuable to us to note how transit's being affected by construction. Am I wrong in that assumption?
Mr. Chair, I certainly come from the school where collecting data is never a bad thing, and when it's different from what you were expecting, then you try to find the reason. I mean, if the numbers show a decrease, quite possibly it's due to construction, but certainly collecting data and sharing that data, I think, is valuable, and certainly our understanding is that the data was collected. It wasn't presented to Transit Committee.
So the data exists?
That's my understanding.
I'm wondering if management can respond to that. Do we know if the data exists, and what are we doing with it? Because we're seeing construction all over the city. So,
Welcome, Mr. Scrimgeour.
Mr. Chair, yes, ridership data and operational data were collected through the entire period of construction of O Train Line 1 and were reported on as required and on at decision points and in the quarterly financial report to the Transit Commission.
okay, what did it show? Can you say here today? I mean, did ridership fall significantly during construction periods? Have we seen those ridership numbers increase since we've launched? We've stopped some of the construction downtown?
Mr. Chair, ridership was fairly stable through the years of construction. We did see some ridership decline earlier as the local economy slowed and there were fewer people working. Ridership remained fairly steady and as we reported to the Transit Commission. Since the opening of Line 1, we have seen higher ridership in September and October. We do not yet have November numbers.
Okay. But we said it was suspended. So in fact, it was not suspended. We were collecting data at that time.
Mr. Chair, what was suspended was the form of a standard operational report, which had been provided regularly. Up until that time, the data continued to be collected, ridership continued to be reported.
I'm not clear on that. What does that mean?
Mr. Chair, we were told that staff asked for permission to stop the regular reporting of ridership data. If I understand from what Mr. Scrimgeour is saying, is that when requested or on certain occasions, some ridership information was reported, but the regular report that had always been provided to a committee that was stopped when they asked for permission from the committee to stop the presentation. That's the understanding from what is being said now.
Would that be accurate, Mr. Scrimgeour?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can I ask why?
Mr. Chair, we recommended that the numbers, all of the figures on the scorecard which had been presented were not going to be comparable between the period before the construction, during the construction, and after the opening of Line 1. And because there would be a loss of comparability from before to during, and then from during to after, we made that recommendation that we would come back with a new, more closely targeted to policy choices performance reporting system after Line 1 opening, and that's the work that the Chair referred to earlier.
Okay. In terms of estimating and data, I asked you last week at Transit Commission what did you use in order to in scheduling those buses to complement the LRT, and correct me if I'm wrong. You said that the data that you had used in order to plan the busing to meet up with the train and the stations was data from 2007.
Councillor, if you could relate this to the audit at hand.
Okay,
please.
well, it's estimates. I'm getting to collection of data and estimates, and I'm just hoping, and I guess I'm just trying to figure out how accurate the data is that we are collecting and how current it is.
Mr. Chair, last week at Transit Commission, I made reference to some policy decisions that Council had given us in 2009, to which we were bound to comply, and we did. The data that we collected to plan all of our services is collected daily, tallied over weeks, months, quarters, and is used regularly in all of our service planning work.
Thank you. Why don't we have counting stations? If Calgary's got 37, why don't we?
Welcome, VVG.
Hello, Mr. Chair and Committee. We just don't have them right now, and so the work plan is in 2020. There will be a business case put forward to identify the program, the funding that's required, and then that would be part of the 2021 draft budget.
How much would a counting station cost? Do we know?
I don't have that information.
And because we don't have one, I'm not sure exactly what a counting station does, but is it vital when you have an LRT?
They would be automatic. We have some automatic counting stations for pedestrians and cyclists on our bridges, the MUP bridges. So these would be more robust in counting vehicles.
Critical information to have?
Pardon me?
Critical information to have?
Well, we do counts other ways. It's just that these are permanent, so they would be continuous, and they would give us the opportunity to look at numbers, seasonal changes, that kind of stuff. But we do have data to help us with our planning.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for the report. I wanted to start with the area around continuous improvement. So it says that we found that current revenue and ridership forecasting models have been in use since at least 2012. Why do we have the at least 2012 number? Was there no fixed date of when they started using the revenue and ridership forecasting methods?
Mr. Chair, through to the councillor, that reflects the scope of the period that we audited. We didn't look further back in history beyond that.
Okay.
So that's our way of saying that we can't give you assurance other than that's what we knew up until that date.
Okay, Mr. Scrimgeour, is there a date that you've been using it since that you can give us?
Roughly forever.
Forever, okay.
Certainly my own involvement with it only goes back to 2000, but the basic principles of ridership estimation based on revenue and revenue calculation based on apportioning the revenue that's actually received would go back to the very beginning. It's fundamental to operating any transportation service.
Okay. In the third-party review that was conducted in terms of a regression model in 2015, there were 8 recommendations made and 3 of them remain outstanding. What are those 3 outstanding recommendations?
Mr. Chair, they relate to improving our understanding of variability in or influences on transit ridership. Some of them require some survey work to be undertaken, which were not feasible during the years, were not feasible to be used in a long-term sense during the years of construction because people's travel choices were different at that time, or may have been different at that time.
Okay, is that just the one? Is there 2 others, or is that all?
They're all aspects
related to that?
They're all aspects of that.
Okay, and are you going to be implementing some change to meet the 2015 report that came forward?
Mr. Chair, yeah, we're continuing to work on all of the recommendations. Those that were not feasible during the years of construction should be feasible now.
Okay. Are we currently in line with CUDA best practices on ridership projections in the short term?
Mr. Chair, I don't know that CUDA has any best practices in ridership projection. On ridership estimation, sort of looking backwards and looking historically, CUDA is now doing a project to look at what across the country, what the processes are used by all transit agencies, and we're eagerly awaiting that the product of that work so that we can make improvements if we find that there are ways that other cities are doing the work better than we are doing it right now.
Okay, the CUDA ridership methodology project, that's still ongoing?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Is our short-term ridership figures, would fare factor into that, or is fare factored into the long-term ridership figures? Where does fare factor in?
Mr. Chair, the estimates that are the subject of this audit are the estimates of ridership as it has occurred. And one of the important inputs to that is to be able to translate the number of dollars that are received, which are real and countable and known, into an estimate of how many people made trips as a result of that. When people buy a monthly pass, it is not immediately evident from the dollars they paid how many trips they've made. We have to find that out in other ways. When people put cash into the fare box and we tally the total cash at the end of the day, it's not immediately evident how many individual people put that cash in. Those need to be calculated based on the number of trips that were made from the cash fares need to be estimated from an understanding of what the fares were and whether those cash fares were made by adults, by seniors, by children, because they all have different cash amounts. For the people who pay with other methods, like tapping a smart card and getting a stored value, we have a one-to-one correspondence because we know that single ride fare was used for one trip. So fares are part of it, and fares are the way that we can translate actual dollars received into the estimation, but they are not the only thing.
Okay, so for example, if we have free transit on Wednesdays and Sundays for seniors, or an STO transfer onto an OC Transport bus, those may be more difficult to track in terms of ridership numbers. Is that what this audit is concluding?
We need to estimate, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, that's to Mr. Hughes, sorry. That's to Mr. Hughes.
Yes, and when we've indicated that some of the numbers that are being used in this process are based on data that is dated.
Okay. If a councillor brings forward, OC Transpo will estimate their ridership, I guess, on percentage increase of fares up or down amongst a whole bunch of other factors. But one of them is fares. And so oftentimes we get OC Transport will say, we're going to raise fares 3% this year, or we're going to raise them however many percentage. Let's say they said 5%. We get back as councillors, if we said we wanted to freeze fares instead of increasing them by 5%, we'll get back as councillors how much that's going to cost us over the next year, and then, well, we've seen 25 years, this is how much you're losing by not raising fares, 2.5%, 5%, 10%, whatever it may be. And so my question is, with regard to short-term ridership figures, do we calculate appropriately our ridership based on a fare increase, freeze, decrease in a particular given fiscal year? So do we have a good model to say we can estimate our ridership will go up or down based on increasing fares 5%, 10%, 2.5%, or lowering fares? And the reason I ask that is because all we get back normally is not what the ridership increase will be from decreasing fares, let's say, or freezing them, but usually what we get back is, well, we've recommended a 5% increase, and here's how much it's going to cost you if you don't do it. So was that looked at in this audit? I'm seeing some items here that seem to affect it on the short-term ridership piece, but I just want to ask Mr. Hughes if that is part of this.
Mr. Chair, if I understand correctly, we did not look at that aspect of this.
Okay, because it seems pretty fundamental to me. If we're going to increase fares and we're going to lose ridership doing it, that data is important. I've asked other transit agencies how they calculate ridership numbers based on fares, and I've seen their data. CUDA has data out on it as well in terms of the percentage. And sometimes it seems to me that OC Transpo may differ than some internationally accepted figures that are out there in terms of percentage increase or decrease on ridership based on fare increase or decrease. And this is data that either through short-term ridership or long-term ridership that's pretty fundamental. How we collect it, the models we use to say ridership's going to go up or down based on fares. So you're saying that this audit didn't cover that. The audit was more focused on if how somebody pays and translating that into whether they ride or not, I guess. Is that more accurate? Because I guess I'm struggling here because this audit seems to me it would be useful to know what our methodology is for calculating ridership on a short-term basis and a long-term basis based on fares. How we do that method, what methodology we use for that, what data exists around that. So I'm not sure if Mr. Hughes or Mr. Scrimgeour wants to answer that, but it'd be good to have more information around those projections.
So I don't know if either are prepared to answer. I can say that we had a discussion, a pretty fundamental discussion at Transit Committee in the last term of council with respect to the elasticity of fares and the impact of a fare increase or decrease. And there were some comments about that at the Transit Commission. But with respect to this specific question as it relates to estimates, I know you said, Mr. Auditor General, you did not measure the elasticity and the impact, the marketing impact of a fare on whether a person chooses to ride or not.
Correct. What we were looking at was the process in general that staff use, the process that in general they have in place when they provide estimates to council. And before we began this audit, we were looking at some of the controls that we would expect to see around the provision of estimates to council. And then we looked at all the, identified a number of places where staff provided estimates to council, and we selected these as the ones that we would focus on for our audit. And we did not examine them, all aspects of those preparation of estimates from top to bottom, left to right, inside out. We were looking at the process around those estimates. There's no doubt it's a very complicated algorithm that staff use to convert revenue to ridership, and there are aspects. There's a number of sources of inputs to the, and I'll call it an algorithm. I guess it's just a complicated formula. And there, we have pointed out the aspects of data inputs to that algorithm that could be improved. It was not intended to be a comprehensive audit of the estimation of all aspects of ridership at OC Transpo.
Okay, thanks. There's a couple of interesting recommendations here around fare survey in order to update trip rates by fare product, used to calculate the forecasted short-term ridership, and some other pieces around what Transit Commission will see based on ridership. So happy to see the audit, appreciate the work on it. The elasticity piece is something I'll dig further on. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, I hope I haven't. Councillor Meehan, back on the list. Yes.
Sorry, yeah, I just wanted to ask a question. I noted that for the long-range financial plan for transit, the results of the key sensitivity tests were not shared, and I'm just wondering why.
It's
Yes, Chair. So we ran multiple sensitivity analyses throughout the affordability model, finalization of the affordability model. What we did report were the final sensitivity analysis that we did conduct. In the 2017 report, we talked about if there was a change in interest rate from 5% to 6%, that would make it unaffordable. So we did identify the final sensitivity metrics that we used, but not every single scenario that we used. But we did agree with the recommendation that we would provide some of that analysis in future long-range financial plans.
The various scenarios was problems with the LRT, launch. Would that have been a scenario that you would have considered? And do we What is the effect of that now?
So that would have been reflected in changes in operating costs, for example. So we look at plus or minus increases in operating costs by 1 or 2%. What does that do to the model? It's a very numerical exercise. Changes in ridership, 1 or 2%, what would that do to the model? We're trying to break the model to see at what point it becomes unaffordable. And those are the types of scenarios we work with.
Do we know when it will become unaffordable?
So the 1% on interest rates?
That's going to do it.
Was one. I don't have all the scenarios with me today, but we felt that it was within the reasonable ranges.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question to Councillor Mee and Madame Jasmine. Does the problems with the launch of the LRT, does it have an impact? Do you suspect that it would have an impact on the long-range financial plan?
So we're waiting to see the actual results. Part of what we are doing now with the long-range financial plan is rather than just updating it every term of council, we're updating it on a regular basis. And so annually, as we get the actual results in, we put that into the model and we understand what the affordability requirements are. And then again, we have to run scenarios to figure out how to make it affordable going forward if it is going into the unaffordable range.
Okay, thank you. And I just had one more question, a follow-up, and Pat, this might be for you. We talked about fare evasion and in terms of the estimates. Do we have a different approach with respect to fare evasion now that the LRT has launched?
Hello. Oh, it's working now. Mr. Chair, the opportunities to board a transit vehicle without paying a fare change with the opening of Line 1 and also with the introduction of the fare gates at Line 2. Now there is a physical barrier that someone needs to cross and prove that they've got a valid fare to cross that barrier to get onto the train or into one of the stations with fare paid zones to board a bus. So whereas over the last 30 years, when we've been using large articulated double-decker buses to move people along our rapid transit corridor and through downtown, where we needed to have people board through all doors, and that needed to be done with proof of payment. The people needed to carry a proof of payment, a pass or a transfer or other form of receipt so that our fare inspectors could check. But there was an opportunity for people to just step on through the rear doors and without a proof of payment. That changes with the fare gates in the stations. Now if you wanted to board the train without paying, you would have to do a different thing. You would have to find a way to jump over the fare barrier or jump over a fence or walk around or follow somebody in. It's a more onerous task to cheat.
So has our approach to detecting and mitigating fare evasion changed? Do we have people there at the stations? Because I have observed 2 people walking through on one day pass or one tap of their Presto card. My question is, with respect to estimates and ensuring we have good estimates and that we collect what needs to be collected, has our approach changed? And
our approach to interceding and detecting non-compliance is adapting because of the different fraud vectors, you could say. Our approach to estimating system-wide non-payment affairs, as recommended by the Auditor General, is something that we will develop in discussion with other transit agencies across the country and around the world to find best practices and identify those that we can adopt here.
thank you very much. Seeing no other questions on this segment, we are on to COSOF.
Okay. Le Fonds de pension de la Ville d'Ottawa est un régime de retraite provincial à prestations définies établi en 1931. The City of Ottawa Superannuation Fund is a defined benefit pension plan that was established in 1931. The plan has been closed since 1965. The membership consists of 560 members, 279 are members, and 281 are surviving spouses or dependents. There are no contributing members, and so no matching contributions by the city any longer. The City of Ottawa Council is the plan sponsor. The fund has a board of trustees that oversees the fund and has appointed a secretary manager, management and staff, investment managers, and supervisors. The plan sponsor, the city, is responsible to ensure that this plan stays fully funded. There have been 2 identified cases of fraud with respect to this pension plan. These were previously reported through the Fraud and Waste Hotline. In both cases, a family member did not advise a death of a pensioner, and payments continued to be made for a number of years before being discovered. So the objective of our audit was to assess whether the key systems and practices and procedures that support the plan provide the city with reasonable assurance that assets are safeguarded and controlled. As well, we examined the oversight of service providers involved in the administration of the plan, as well as overall governance of the plan. The period that we reviewed in terms of our audit scope was from January 1st, 2015 up until May 31st, 2019. And I just want to note that the financial statements are audited by independent external auditors, and our audit did not duplicate this work. We found that roles and responsibilities and accountabilities for the management and the operating of the fund are well established and clearly defined. We also found that the service providers, they're responsible for most of the day-to-day responsibilities of this fund, from actuarial support to benefit administration. And we found no concerns with respect to the city's receiving the contract deliverables as set out in these agreements. We also reviewed processes to safeguard personal information, and no concerns were found there as well. The fund has an administrative policy, and this policy is a key document that's used by the board to define roles and responsibilities. The regular review of the policy is an important governance element to ensure that the content is current and processes reflect the plan's current practices. This is particularly important in a regulated environment whereby regulations change over time. It's important to ensure that the board is aware of the changes and these are reflected in its formal policies. We found that there was no formal update schedule for the policy, which is just a sort of a good governance practice, that there's a schedule to ensure it does get updated on a regular basis. And we found that certain changes and amendments during the period that we reviewed weren't reflected in the policy. For example, the changes to bylaw, as well as the assumption of different tasks by different parties. We also found that, and again, as part of this policy, it specifies the scope and the frequency that a governance review is conducted, performed by the Board of Trustees. The policy sets out that this should be done every 3 years. This is a best practice, and it looks at many areas of governance for the plan. We found that although some aspects of governance review were conducted from time to time, that there was not all the tasks that were required for a full governance review every 3 years were not being completed. We reviewed, of course, the processes to reduce the risk for misdirected or fraudulent payments. We found that those changes to the controls were operating as intended. Like many other pension plans, this fund validates the accuracy of recipient information through an annual verification process. It's done by the third-party benefits administrator to ensure that they've got up-to-date and accurate information and that payments are made only to eligible individuals. The most significant change to this process was done in 2018, whereby the fund added a procedure to hold payments if there was no response from the recipient over a period of time. And we did review that process and found that it is operating effectively. The final point that I wanted to highlight was with respect to status on held payments. So in situations where payments were being held to pensioners, there wasn't a reporting or monitoring back to the city that this was taking place. And in one case, and it was just one, an isolated incident where payments had been held for a pensioner for, I think, around 9 months, and the city was unaware, and the information was updated. It just hadn't gotten processed to return payments in process to this pensioner. And we've made recommendations with respect to that aspect. So in this report, we made 3 recommendations to management, and they have agreed with all of those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Auditor General. Councillor El-Shantieri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Deputy Treasurer, how many people we heard earlier they receive benefits from the city? How many staff receive benefits total?
Mr. Chair, through the council, do you mean from the inception of the plan?
That's right. Yes, sir.
I don't have that figure. I know we looked at what the current,
current
number of members are, which is, as of the end of 2017, it was 560 members.
And with your audit, you find 2 cases out of the 516. Is that correct? One of them receiving payment after death and one fraudulent, whatever you want to call it. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, through to the councillor, from the information that we have, there were 2 cases of fraud identified.
And if I read the rest of the report, one of them you managed to receive scheduled payment, repayment schedule, after legal counsel involvement. So the city did recover that funding, correct?
Mr. Chair, through to the councillor, we don't have, one of the cases is still in progress. We don't know what the outcome is. With respect to the second case, I'm going to ask the clerk if I can provide that information.
Mr. Chair, I see no issue with that information being provided.
Okay. With respect to one of the cases, the second, there was approximately $86,000 that were identified as fraudulent payments. A settlement was made with the individual, which was a lesser amount than the $86,000. I believe it was approximately $55,000 to be paid over a period of time. I can't tell you at this moment if that has been fully repaid or not.
Okay. Well, it's good to hear out of the 516, we have 2 of them, and one of them you're recovering most of the money. Are you confident that the risk of fraud now under control with some of your recommendation and staff's cooperation with you?
Mr. Chair, through to the councillor, as mentioned in our report, we did examine the controls in place, and with the new controls that they have put in place, they prevent the ability for payments to continue when eligibility and verification information is not received. So yes, in our opinion, we feel that the controls are adequate, and we examine that they are operating as designed.
Great, it's good to hear. My other question, Mr. Chair, and it's my final question, is the city at risk for underfunding for this pension? Do you believe we have enough funding for the pension?
Mr. Chair, through to the councillor, we did specifically examine the viability and the going concern of the fund itself. What we can tell you is that from the statements that were provided, the last statements were as of 2017 from the time of our work. The fund is in a small surplus position. There were no concerns raised in the external auditor's report in terms of the ongoing viability of the fund.
Oh, wow, that's good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Follow-up?
Just to follow up to Councillor El-Shantieri's query, when we discover cases of fraud and it's obvious that somebody is, do we charge them? Are the police called in? Are they charged with fraud?
Mr. Chair, I think the city solicitor and there's a process whereby the city solicitor and the auditor general consider whether or not a matter would be referred to the Ottawa Police, and I believe in at least one of these cases it was. Whether charges have been laid or not, I do not know.
Okay. I support that because we have to set an example. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. The next audit is LRT land acquisitions. Not LRT Stage 2 project procurement, but land acquisitions.
So, Chair, can we switch this around? Can we do the LRT Stage 2 procurement first and then go in camera for the other item?
The item that's going in camera is land negotiations, land management system. That is not LRT.
No, understood. Can we do that one after we do the Stage 2 LRT procurement, so that we don't have to go in camera right now and then come back?
We are not. We are going in camera only after the 6 public audits.
Okay.
Yes. But we are doing LRT land acquisitions, and then Stage 2.
Okay, we'll go in camera at the end of those.
At the end of it on another land management systems issue.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. La première étape de train léger a requis l'acquisition de terrain. Cela a impliqué un certain nombre d'expropriations. Il y a eu des ententes avec des propriétaires pour les 3 stations de centre-ville. Stage 1 of the LRT project required the acquisition of real properties which involved a number of expropriations. The city also entered into agreements with the property owners required for the 3 downtown stations. As well, agreements were signed with some institutions, crown corporations, federal agencies and departments with respect to property. In total, there were 97 real property transactions for Stage 1. The objective of our audit was to provide assurance that these real property transactions complied with the Ontario Expropriation Act and other acts, regulations, bylaws, policies, and procedures as applicable. The scope of our audit included compliance aspects of the real property transactions for Stage 1, and we focused on the expropriation approval, proceedings, compensation, and environmental obligations. This period of our audit went from May 25th, 2011 up to December 31st, 2018. And the scope of our work included real property transactions that were not yet completed as of December 31st, 2018, which I'll explain in a moment. So a little bit of background regarding expropriation, approval, and proceedings, that there are several acts that provide the city with the authority to acquire lands, including the Municipal Act, the Ontario Expropriation Act, and the City of Ottawa Act. The city's Corporate Real Estate Office, CREO, oversaw the execution of these real property transactions. And as mentioned, there were 97 real property transactions during the audit period. There were 74 expropriations and/or negotiations to acquire property interest. There were 6 agreements with the owners of property for the 3 downtown stations, and there were 17 agreements with the Crown, with the institutions, primarily Crown corporations and federal departments. We tested a sample of expropriations, and we found in all cases that the proper process had been followed. We also found that for all expropriation proceedings that we selected for testing, an agreement as to compensation was reached with the owners, and these agreements met the requirements of the Ontario Expropriations Act. Now, we also tested real property compensation. When we conducted our work that went up until the end of 2018, not all 97 transactions had concluded with a final settlement. In fact, 37 transactions were open at that time. So 18 of the 74 expropriations were still open. Now, owners of the properties that have been expropriated have up to 1 year after any damage occurs to make a claim. So in some cases, this 1 year period didn't start until revenue service commenced. And all 6 agreements with the owners of the properties for the downtown stations were open. And 13 of the 17 agreements with institutions and crown corporations, et cetera, they were open. They were all expected to be completed by the end of 2019. And there's a number of these agreements where provide temporary licenses for construction and things like that. So until the construction is completed, they weren't finalized, the agreements. So for all the real property transactions that we selected for testing, for which a final settlement had been concluded, we found compliance with the requirements of the Ontario Expropriation Act and the city's real property acquisition policy. What that meant is that the policy had been properly approved, or settlement, sorry, had been properly approved by the delegated authority, and the settlement was based on market value and applicable eligible entitlements as defined under the Ontario Expropriations Act. And lastly, when we looked at environmental obligations, each real property transaction that we selected for testing met the environmental requirements defined in the city's real property acquisition policy and the Ontario Environmental Assessment Act. So in summary, we found no issues of non-compliance, and as such, in a move that is rather unusual for us, we made no recommendations. So I'd now be happy to take any questions related to this audit.
Thank you very much. Seeing none. Thank you. Sorry, Ed. The next segment excuse me, of the presentation, please. The Stage 2 Light Rail Transit Project. Trillium Line.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Sur la vérification de l'approvisionnement du projet de l'étape 2, notre objectif, c'est de savoir si le processus d'approvisionnement de l'étape 2 se déroulait conformément à la demande de proposition et s'harmonisait avec les principes de l'équité, de l'ouverture et de la transparence. Et aussi, si le personnel de la ville s'est acquitté comme s'il doit, ses responsabilités selon la délégation des pouvoirs approuvés par le conseil municipal. Et nous examiner les processus d'approvisionnement de l'étape 2 de la ligne Trillium. Mr. Chair, our objective was to determine whether the Trillium Line LRT Stage 2 procurement process was conducted in accordance with the request for proposal and was aligned with the principles of fairness, openness, and transparency. We also want to determine in this audit if city staff fulfilled their responsibilities as set out in the delegation of authority that council approved. We were going to look at the compliance of the evaluation process against the RFP documents, and you'll see that we have some comments on the delegation of authority for that Stage 2 procurement and the related disclosure to council. So we conducted this work by interviewing key staff and consultants from Transportation Services in the City of Ottawa. We reviewed all relevant procurement documentation, the RFP documents, the individual and consensus evaluation results, the guidelines, the procedures, the organizational chart, legal memorandum, legal opinions, as well as any documentation received from subject matter experts, and obviously including from legal counsel. Notre contestation, à notre avis, ce projet de marché a donné lieu à un processus ouvert et transparent pour les trois proposants qualifiés et par conséquent, les proposants n'ont exprimé aucune différence. Dans les prochains projets, la Ville pourrait éventuellement communiquer tous les documents d'appel d'offres, comme l'a fait Infrastructure Ontario dans ses pratiques. What we did find, Mr. Chair, was that in our opinion, the process was open and transparent to the three qualified proponents, and consequently, no contentious issues were raised by the proponents. We did, however, come up with some some recommendations for future procurements. We found that we're suggesting that in the future the city should consider disclosing all procurement documents. Infrastructure Ontario, for example, and they were the practices that were followed for Stage 1 as well as Stage 2. Currently, Infrastructure Ontario does disclose to all interested parties the request for proposal documents, and they do that to ensure that the process is open and transparent and accessible to anyone, such as the public and councillors and anyone else who would like to read a request for proposal. Just to let you know, Infrastructure Ontario, when they disclose the request for proposal documents, sometimes does redact pieces of the request for proposal, but nevertheless, the bulk of the request for proposal is published. So we found no areas of non-compliance with the RFP, but as I said, there was some room for improvement. For example, we expected to observe within the files evidence of the application of criteria and supporting documentation that would support the decisions for why particular evaluators were selected for this procurement, given the significance of this procurement. There was no documents to support that. We did find communication where individuals were recommended by managers, etc., but there was no criteria in advance that was identified as to how you might select those evaluators. There is no doubt in our mind that the individuals that we brought in to assist us in this review, in this audit, there's no doubt that the evaluators possessed many years of relevant operational experience in rail activities. And some of them had some experience with P3 projects, but 4 of the 5 Technical Evaluation Committee evaluators did not possess any procurement evaluation experience for P3 projects. That's not, that doesn't mean a failure. It's a recommendation for future that you either ensure that you develop criteria that that support the selection of your evaluators, and that some of that criteria include experience with P3 projects. And if you can't find evaluators with P3 experience, supplement your process with training that would provide them with some skills that they may not have because of their lack of exposure for P3. So our audit found that there was, and I'm going to go through the activities of the Technical Evaluation Committee at the end, because it's that detail, it's the detail of that process that I think was the most problematic. But I'll talk about some of the things that we did find in the audit before I focus on the activity of the Evaluation Committee. We found that there was a lack of clarity on how to assess criteria in relation with the scoring grid. For example, the question is, you could assess a proponent as marginal and give them a 70% score, or you could assess them as poor and then they're below 70%. And you remember that 70% was the threshold. And there were 2 technical, it's important to point out that there were 2 technical committees. There was a technical evaluation committee, and that's probably what was discussed most, was discussed certainly in the press that I was reading. And there was also a technical conformance committee. In addition to the financial evaluation. But To avoid confusion, each committee's responsibility and the relative importance should have been clearly emphasized and reflected in the reflective scoring attribution. And it was clear when we interviewed the members of these committees, and I'll tell the committee I sat in on some of those interviews, that there was some confusion around that. Turning to the delegation of authorities, the delegation from the March 2017 document provided, in our opinion, substantial authority to city staff in the conduct of the Stage 2 Trillium Line Extension procurement. And the delegated authorities are very clear. It's a very long document. It's very wordy, but the delegated authorities are very, very clear. But the reporting requirements are not so clear, and there's certainly less of them. When you talk about delegated authority in the municipal context, you generally talk about council is delegating an authority to staff, and there's a balance, there's a corresponding balance of reporting requirements that generally come back. Council delegated to staff the entire procurement process, and all decisions related to it. And the reporting requirement was, and tell us who the successful proponent is, who the proponent that you recommend get this contract is. And in our opinion, you could have improved that reporting requirement. Mr. Chair, I'm open to questions at the end, if that's helpful. Yeah. In particular, the reporting protocol could have identified the information council wanted to receive, along with the timing of when it desired to receive this information, perhaps status updates, clarifications, notifications, procurement issues, any risks that were available to the city, additional timeline information. But I have to be clear, the reporting provided by staff is absolutely consistent with the reporting protocol included in the delegation authority. So in summary, the delegation to staff was everything in related to the procurement, and staff took that delegation, and the ask was that you report back to us with who you recommend we approve as our new partner for this procurement, and staff met that requirement. But it's unclear to the office if the agreed upon delegation of authorities by councillors was fully understood and properly communicated in the either that 2017 report or anything subsequent. And I base that on the March 2019 meeting where there was significant dissatisfaction about the level of information that was available to council when the report from staff, which was totally in compliance with the delegation from council, when the reports from staff said, here's the recommended proponent. So just to be clear, the delegation of authorities from that March 2017 report essentially limited the role of council in the procurement process to one of approving the preferred proponent or not. Now, we made 5 recommendations to management. They agreed with them all, and they agreed to implement them. But before taking questions, if I could, Mr. Chair, I'd like to go into probably the most contentious part of this procurement in detail, if I may, and that was that the details surrounding the procurement in relation to the evaluation of the technical requirements. So I think it's important to remember that there were, oh, and I guess my slides have to catch up here. Whoops. There we are. I think it's important to remember that there were two steps in this procurement process. There was a request for qualification process, and that was let well before the RFP. And the purpose of that request for qualification was to qualify any potential proponents. They had to demonstrate their capability to deliver a project of this size. They had to identify any best practices that they used in their past experience of delivering projects of this nature. They had to demonstrate their understanding of the project needs and their ability to meet those project needs. And out of that request for qualification process, 3 proponents were identified. And here's where things may have turned out different if some of the recommendations that we've made were in place at that time. Only those 3 proponents received the request for proposal. The request for proposal was not made public. And it isn't rare to have requests for proposals made public as we've identified here. But in this particular case, the requests for proposals were provided only to the 3 proponents. Now, to evaluate the RFP submission, there were 2 technical committees. So we've already had the request for qualification, which is very heavily technically oriented. Then there are two technical committees in this RFP, and one of them is a technical conformance committee and a technical evaluation committee. And you'll see that in some of the documentation that's provided to council and committee, there's the use of the term technical X committee or technical X team. So team and committee are used interchangeably throughout, but we're basically talking about the same thing. For all committees, the individual members conducted their own evaluation, and they did that in isolation, and they had access to all of the documents and any of the evaluations that had been done up to that point in time. And then they got together with the other members of their committee. So in the case of the Technical Conformance Committee and the Technical Evaluation Committee, they got together with the other members of their committee, and they came up with a consensus score. And that's the process that was laid out in the RFP, and that was shared with all of the proponents. Now, in Appendix C of our report, of the detailed report, you'll see the 28 detailed areas that were to be examined and evaluated by the technical review committee. So the RFP document provided for a maximum number of points a proponent could obtain in response to the proposal submitted by a proponent for each criterion. The document also highlighted the minimum score of 70% to be achieved to be deemed compliant and continue to be considered in the evaluation process. That's the 70% that people talk about. Well, the minimum score was established. The RFP also contained a clause that enabled the city to allow for a proponent not meeting the minimum score to proceed to the financial evaluation. Now, I have to point out that this is not an unusual clause for this type of procurement. It's an unusual clause in some of the procurements that the city does for road work, for the purchase of likely photocopier paper. But this clause, we have found, is absolutely normal in procurements of this type. So the discretion clause is meant to provide the city with some flexibility and possibly avoid disqualifying a bidder unnecessarily. Remember that when you have a procurement process, there is the risk that you will end up in a procurement with a bad bidder, and then there's a risk that you will end up excluding a good bidder. And you have to have, it's prudent to have in the process something that will counter the risk of ending up, of excluding a valid bid, a good bid. And that's the purpose of that discretion clause. And the City of Ottawa was not the first and the only entity to have this discretion clause. I think likely the difference was the RFP documents weren't public and no one was aware of it. Certainly all of the proponents were aware of this, not just in the RFP documents for the City of Ottawa, but they would have seen it in other RFPs that they engaged in response to other procurements with other organizations. So the results of the Technical Evaluation Committee were such that 2 of the 3 bidders exceeded the minimum required score. Now, the Bid Evaluation Steering Committee, which is part of the infrastructure that was put in place to administer the RFP evaluation process, were of the opinion that all 3 bidders were deemed capable because of the previous RFQ, the request for qualification process, and because of the review by the other technical committee, the Technical Conformance Committee. So they were somewhat surprised when the Technical Evaluation Committee scored one of the proponents under that threshold of 70%. So supported by a legal opinion, the Bid Evaluation Steering Committee provided direction to the Technical Evaluation Committee to reconvene and reconform the consensus exercise, and they provided them with additional guidance and clarification and a legal opinion and the some details surrounding the consensus evaluation by the Technical Conformance Committee and the request, the previous request for qualification. So as requested, the Technical Evaluation Committee met again, and they reviewed all of the proposals again, and the consensus results changed from the initial evaluation, but one proponent was still not meeting the minimum score in 2 areas, so that's 2 of 4 areas. Now, the process, and this is important, the process allowed for this. This was a not uncommon process that exists for procurements of this type, and all of the proponents were aware of this process. They were also aware that the discretion allowed the city, or in this case the group that were acting on behalf of the city, to recommend that a proposal that didn't meet that threshold continue through to the financial evaluation. So the Bid Evaluation Steering Committee recommended to the Executive Steering Committee that they exercise its authority rights as set out in the RFP to determine whether that proponent's proposal would continue to be considered in the RFP process. And the Executive Steering Committee accepted that recommendation, supported by legal opinion, and allowed the bidder to proceed to the next step of the RFP evaluation process. The proponent, which was allowed to proceed, was eventually selected as the winning bidder, with the lowest financial bid, while the successful proponent did not have the best technical bid. And here, this is important, and this is absolutely relevant to this procurement. All the areas identified as concerns were later resolved as part of the first negotiations with the proponent. So there's a preliminary contract negotiation step with the suggested proponent, and all of those technical evaluators, all of those evaluators have an opportunity to question the proponent under any areas that they had concerns in relation to their bid. And I sat in on the interviews with all of those technical evaluators, and to a person they all said, the question that was asked was, after the meeting with the successful component, the first stage of the contract negotiation, after that meeting, did you have any concerns that the proponent could not deliver? And every single person said no. They had no concerns. The the reason for their scoring was perhaps ambiguity in their bid response. And when they asked their specific questions to the proponent, the answers that they were provided absolutely satisfied the evaluators. And what this does is it validates the addition of discretion in an acquisition process like this, because that bid, the lowest bid, would have been rejected without the discretion process. And Mr. Chair, that finishes our audit of the procurement. And as I said, there were 5 recommendations that we made to staff, and in our mind, probably increases the transparency of future procurement processes, and might avoid some of the confusion in future. And the staff agreed with them all, and I think they're all going to be adopted early in 2020, if I recall.
Merci, Monsieur le Vérificateur Général. Thank you very much, Mr. Auditor General. There are 6 questioners on my list. If the questioners could specify early on if their question is to the AG or his colleagues or to city staff. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Chair. My questions will be directed to the AG. In your findings, did you find that council delegated its right to information when it was requested from staff? Maybe I'll be clearer. So should the question that was posed by councillors when we were looking at the recommendations on stage 2 LRT with respect to the scoring on the technical requirements, when councillors put it to staff, did any of the proponents not meet the technical requirements? And we were told time and time again that we would not be given that information. Did we delegate away our authority to that? Did we give away our right to ask that question, or should that question have been answered?
It is clear to me, to the legal opinion, and everyone who looks at that report, that let me rephrase that. The Council of the Day delegated the entire procurement process to staff. And the only reporting requirement was what staff reported back. Staff absolutely conformed with the delegation and the reporting requirement. Do you have the right does council have the right to ask questions? They absolutely do. The interpretation on the part of staff not to answer those was based on their legal opinion, and I did not seek an additional outside legal opinion.
Well, it seems to me that's the most important question in front of us today. The most important question for me as a city councillor, when I voted in favor of stage 2 light rail transit, I did so with the understanding that we were approving a proponent that met all of the requirements. I would not, and I would not today, and I would not then have ever voted in favor of this project knowing that the winning proponent failed the technical requirement. We can message that, nuance that in any way we want, but I would have never, ever voted to approve that. So again, I have to ask you as the Auditor General, do you not think that that was information that should have been forthcoming when it was clearly asked? I get that we delegated that away, and we're going to have to be a lot more careful in the future with what we delegate to staff, but it was asked time and time again, were the technical requirements met, yes or no? We know today they weren't twice. Not only was 70 not met, it wasn't even within that discretionary space. It was something like 62 or 63%, and then went up to 68 after giving them a second chance. But we also, I believe it was Councillor Leeper, asked, is there any scenario under which a proponent could be pushed into the next stage without meeting the threshold of 70? And we were not even given that basic information. So I'm asking you, as our Auditor General, is it your opinion that we should have been given that information when asked so that we could make the decision we needed to make?
Mr. Chair, I have to make a clarification. To say that the proponent that is now contracted with the City of Ottawa doesn't meet the technical requirements is not correct. And I say that because the RFP process that was delegated to city staff, that was followed to the letter, granted, we've identified some areas where they could improve the next time through. The technical evaluators, to a person, had all of their questions answered, and
but
satisfactorily so.
But we did not as council. They may have, but we didn't. We're making the decision.
Councillor, if I could finish this is important. This is important. I mean, one of my job is to help you hold yourselves and staff accountable for the expenditure of public funds. And it was really important to me, which is why I personally sat in on some of these interviews. Staff will confirm, I don't do that. I don't get intimately involved in the lowest levels of the audits here at the city. It doesn't make sense. It's been a long time since I was down at the performing audits. But I wanted to sit in on certain key interviews, and in some cases, I posed the question. And the question I posed to the technical evaluators was, any concerns that you had in your first evaluation, your personal evaluation, your first consensus evaluation, and your second consensus evaluation. Any concerns that you had when you brought them forward to the meeting with the successful proponent, did you discuss it? And the answer was yes. And were they satisfactorily addressed? And in virtually every case, the answer was, well, yes, immediately. And then the follow-up question was, are you satisfied that this proponent can deliver all the technical requirements of this? And they all said yes. So in my mind, the technical requirements of this RFP, whether you like the process or not, whether you like the reporting or not, the requirements that were, when staff said, this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to do it, they did what they said they were going to do on the RFP. And we then checked to make sure that they did. And the job of the Auditor General is only to tell what we found, not what we wanted to find or what someone wanted to find. It's to say what we found. And what we found was that the process that had been delegated to staff was followed to the letter. It can be improved next time. We've made those recommendations. So that's why I say it isn't correct to say that the accepted proposal didn't meet the technical requirements. And then I'll go to answer your second question. And your second question was, don't I think that you're entitled to a response to a question like that? And it doesn't, in my mind, it doesn't matter what I think. What is important is that when as a councillor, and I think it's incumbent on staff too. It's incumbent on council when you delegate authority to staff that you expect a level of reporting that balances that. And then the duty on the part of staff is when you've been delegated tremendous activities, then there's a duty on the part of staff to balance that with reporting. So in light of the delegation that was done and the activity that was the activity that followed, it conformed. Do I wish that you had been provided with information like that when you asked? Yes, I can only assume that staff was acting on. I believe that staff was acting on the advice of the contracted lawyer at the time.
And on that contracted lawyer from Norton Rose Fulbright, did you ever look into the issue of the conflict of interest that was raised at that meeting, that that same firm had also acted on behalf of SNC-Lavalin in the past?
Mr. Chair, through to the council, that's a good question, and what we did look at was the process that was in place in the RFP process, and there was actually a conflict committee that was established, and we looked at the activities of that conflict committee. And it wasn't a committee that met and never met again. There was regularly there was a process beforehand where everyone had to be cleared, and then regularly there would be things that would come up. You might have a technical evaluator who's looking at a proposal from proponents saying, "Oh, I worked with this person, 10 years ago," or that's a distant relative. So the conflict committee regularly was addressing issues of conflict. And then in addition, there was a fairness commissioner, and we looked at the process that was put in place for to address conflicts, and it was appropriately handled. It was and addressed.
I just have two more questions. Was the lawyer for Norton Rose Fulbright part of the decision to send the technical evaluations back to the committee?
The lawyer participated in the drafting of the legal opinion, and staff were acting on the advice of the Bid Evaluation Steering Committee, and they were guided by their legal opinion.
Are we ever going to be, are the technical scores available? When you say that all procurement documents should be disclosed, would that include the technical scores? Will we ever be able to look and see whether it was actually the committee that failed them, whether they actually couldn't meet the requirements? Like, will that information ever be publicly available? Is that part of your recommendation?
Mr. Chair, to be clear, what we're recommending is that the RFP itself be public. I mean, we felt that the part of the confusion was the lack of knowledge about this discretion piece, and whether that was common. And certainly, if the RFP documents, I remember the question that was asked by the councillor that you just referred to, where I remember the detail of that question and how careful you were to word your question. And you wouldn't have had to ask that question if the RFP documents were public. You would have known that there was a discretion clause there.
Granted, but I'm talking about the RFP versus the scoring and the criteria on the technical requirements.
And our recommendation addresses the publication of the RFP. We're not addressing the publication of the scoring documents. I'm guessing, first of all, it isn't normally done in other procurements, and second of all, there's probably proprietary information that could be disclosed there. I'm guessing at this point, but
we do already know that they did not meet the threshold of 70, whether the nuance, whether that means they met requirements or not, technical requirements or not aside. We did not have the information that we needed to make the decision that we were making that day. So I will have to leave it at that for now and just restate my position that I would have never, ever voted yes on that Stage 2 LRT.
Thank you, Councillor McKenney. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Hughes, bear with me while I just clarify a few things for myself. There was a technical evaluation team that looked at the bids, 4 of 5 members of which had no prior P3 procurement experience. That's correct?
There were 2 technical committees, and you're talking about the technical evaluation?
Evaluation committee, yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So the technical evaluation committee looked at the bid and it determined that it did not meet the 70% threshold.
That's correct.
Where did it go then, to the technical conformance committee, or which was the next step?
Actually, the technical conformance committee was first.
Okay.
So you've got the request for qualification first, where they said, these people can build systems like this. They got plenty of experience. They get what we're talking about. Let's send them RFP packages.
So the technical conformance committee was part of that first RFQ process?
No, the technical conformance was part of the second RFP process.
Okay.
But in order to get there, you had to get through the RFQ.
Okay.
So the technical conformance committee did their work first.
So the technical evaluation committee, which had determined that the bid was not compliant with that, or that it didn't meet the 70% score, where did that go from there?
Each group, each committee then has an individual that presents the consensus recommendations to the bid evaluation steering committee.
The bid evaluation steering committee. Yeah. The bid evaluation steering committee then gave it back to the technical evaluation committee with some guidance and clarification, I think you said.
That's correct. There was some, well, they referred to it as training and guidance. And
can I get some more detail on what was the nature of that guidance and clarification?
I actually looked at we looked at the documentation. It was a slide deck that was prepared and presented to the members of the technical evaluation committee, and they were trying to provide guidance on, where you might place something, given concerns that you may have had, given the fact that it had already met the requirements of the Technical Conformance Committee and the previous RFQ.
So that doesn't give me a lot of understanding of what the nature of that guidance and clarification was. Were they asserting to the committee that it had gotten something wrong, or that they were incorrect in what they were finding? When
we talked to the members, first of all, we talked to the people who prepared that documentation, and we talked to the people, the members of the committee who would have attended that, and I believe I sat in on at least 2 of those interviews with 2 members of the technical evaluation team, specifically addressing that issue. I would have to say that some of the individuals felt that it didn't really provide any answers. It didn't give them any more information that they had beforehand, but they were prepared to give it another look-see when they were asked to prepare another consensus evaluation.
And I just want to make sure I understand the technical evaluation committee, while they didn't have P3 procurement experience, they had technical expertise, at least I think you said in the operational sphere?
Absolutely. We looked at, because they all came from different areas, and when you look at their experience, they are absolutely individuals that are well qualified for operational aspects of a rail rail operation.
So they're qualified to look at the technical evaluation?
Yes, but as we've pointed out, perhaps not in a P3 context.
And the bid evaluation committee provided some kind of guidance and clarification to the technical experts as to where they may have gone off the rails, to use a bad pun?
Yeah, it was more along the lines of what, and remember that your scoring is somewhat subjective. And what's the difference? I think the example that I used, what's the difference between poor or adequate? When you use terms like that, it's difficult to land on an exact number, and yet you were using terminology like that to try to land on an exact number. So it was trying to provide assistance around how you would use that type of terminology to come up with a numerical score.
Okay. And the bid evaluation committee, did it have technical expertise?
It had access to technical expertise, and before, remember that the Fairness Commissioner plays a role throughout this entire process, and before anything is provided, it's reviewed by the Fairness Commissioner, and the Fairness Commissioner sat in on this training or revisit that was had with the members of the Technical Evaluation Committee.
And then despite the guidance and the clarification that the bid evaluation committee had, the technical evaluation committee came back with a second consensus recommendation that the bid had fallen short of the 70% threshold.
Yes, there were some changes, but it was still short of the 70% number.
There is a discretion clause in the procurement process. Who has the authority to exercise that discretion clause?
The Executive Steering Committee, if I recall correctly.
So the Executive Steering Committee then determined to move ahead with the bid onto the subsequent phases, exercising that discretion clause.
Correct.
Okay.
The Bid Evaluation Steering Committee recommended to the Executive Steering Committee that you exercise the discretion clause.
Okay. And is it as explicit as that? Is
Yes.
it as explicit as saying, here is the clause within the RFP, the procurement process, we recommend that you use this clause to move this bid forward?
And it's actually supported by a fairly significant document. I forget the number of pages, but it's long.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your recommendation would be that the RFP documentation be made public in future ahead of the process?
Mr. Chair.
Other than competitive information and...
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Chair, I think the more information you provide, the less opaque everything looks. And this process looked opaque.
In your recommendation, the existence of a discretion clause would have been public.
If the RFP documents had been published, yes, and it would not have been a surprise. It may have been a surprise to some people here in Ottawa, but it would not have been a surprise to people who swim in that pool, who are used to procurements of this nature.
As my colleague has pointed out, and I think you've acknowledged, I was very careful at that March 2019 meeting to ask about the existence of something like a discretion clause, a mechanism that allows a bid to move forward. In your opinion, should that question have been answered differently to give council the understanding that a discretion clause existed?
Mr. Chair, I will admit that I, too, was surprised that there was a discretion clause. I remember when I found out. It was actually before the March council meeting. we had conducted a preliminary investigation because of some allegations that had been made through the Fraud and Waste Hotline, and we basically mobilized the entire office, everyone, to gather as much information as we could to address the allegations that were made in the Fraud and Waste Hotline, and I was surprised to hear that there was a discretion clause, which immediately negated that alone didn't negate the allegations that were being made, but it certainly meant that the bulk of the allegations that were being made were groundless because there was this discretion clause. In fact, all of the evaluators had full access to the RFP. They knew that this discretion clause existed, or should have known, because they were given the entire RFP document. It came as a surprise to me, and when you were asking your questions, I wasn't there. I was listening, and I remember thinking, you are this close to what, to finding out that there's a discretion clause. And I believe that staff were acting on legal advice, and I didn't, as I said, I did not seek another legal opinion. That was legal advice that was provided to the city by someone who worked closely on this project for them for a period of time.
For reasons then that you can't speak for, staff, there was a, just to recap quickly, there was a technical evaluation committee that made a technical finding that the bid was deficient. A non-technically expert group sent that back to the technical evaluation committee with guidance. The bid continued to come back technically failing to meet the 70% threshold. There was an explicit exercise of a discretion clause that exists within the non-published documents. When I asked whether that mechanism existed, staff chose, for reasons that you can't address because you're not privy to the legal information that they had, but they chose not to disclose to council at that point that there was a discretion clause that gave them the ability to override it. I don't think that that's appropriate. Your recommendation would be that in future, the full RFP documents be made public, so that the existence of these kinds of mechanisms is understood by the public, by the media, and by council. And I cannot agree any more wholeheartedly with that change in approach. I think that our understanding of whether we should have approved that document would have been very different had we understood that there was this mechanism in existence. If I don't have do I have 2 minutes? 2 minutes. A little less exciting. Recommendations 2 and 3 speak to the technical evaluation. Both of those recommendations, I understand why you're addressing the technical evaluations in those. Both of them would appear to be something that is applicable not just to technical, but to the financial evaluation team, as well. Would you agree with that? So, for example, recommendation 3, in future P3 projects, the city should consider using a phased bid compliance process clearly stated in the RFP, which would give an opportunity to bidders to modify their submissions as part of the technical evaluation process. Shouldn't that be broader? It should include the other evaluation committees that are looking at the overall bid?
Mr. Chair, we actually we did talk about broadening some of these recommendations. The specific problem that we identified came up in the certainly in the technical area, but This is a practice that's followed in the federal procurement process. That is, I mean, there's no question. It's a best practice, and effectively, what happened by default when you exercise the discretion clause? Excuse me, and then you meet with the. Excuse me. Effectively, what happens when you exercise the discretion clause and then you meet with the proponent and go over ambiguities in their proposal, you've effectively done the staged procurement.
Okay. Final question is the exercise of the discretion clause, is it within council's purview to require in future procurements that there be an explicit and proactive notification to council when a discretion clause is exercised? And that might be a question for our legal folks.
Mr. Chair, certainly in the context of devising or directing staff in terms of the procurement process, that would be an option. That said, there are certainly best practices that arise out of things like the Bellamy inquiry that speak to councillors' involvement and the extent of that involvement in procurement processes and the information that councillors should be provided in the context of those processes. So I'd suggest that, you know, if that's something that council wants to look at in the future, that they be informed by those kinds of best practices.
But it is a legitimate discussion and nothing precludes us necessarily from building that into future procurement processes, that if there is a discretion clause, that we can ask to know whether or not that has been exercised.
Correct.
Thank you. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Recommendation 1 says that the RFP should be published, and those clauses might be in there, and I'll refer you to recommendation 4, which talks a little bit more about the authority of delegation to staff by council and the process by which we do that. And it's in that context that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor El Shantiri, who's not there, and so there you go. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much for all your work on this. It's very important for us to know this, and like my colleague, Councillor McKenney, it makes me feel a little tight in my stomach to know this after I voted. I think that it would have been important to have a lot of this information available. It seems that the bottom line in this is that regardless of the technical scores, it's about the lowest bid wins, and the bid that was the lowest won. But what I'm not sure is if they were identical bids, because it's a massive contract, $1.2 billion, and I'm not clear in terms of if they're identical bids. Sometimes you get estimates that are given to you on different things, and they're not identical from different sources. But can you clarify with that?
Mr. Chair, there's no doubt that the lowest bidder got the contract, and there is also no doubt in our mind, after speaking to the technical evaluators, that they have no concerns that this proponent can't deliver the project. They absolutely have confidence that this proponent can deliver the project as envisioned by the city in the RFP.
What I wonder is if the other proponents realized that if they had not worried so much about technical scores and just put in a lower bid, if they would have won. That seems to be the game. You can kind of, cut on that one. I'd like to take an opportunity right now to thank my colleague, Councillor Diane Deans, for all her questioning on that day, and she asked a lot of tough questions. And I didn't know the full extent of when she was asking how much information we are now receiving and how accurate her questions were. And I just want to thank her for all her work on that, because she had done a lot of good questions that we're now seeing coming forward. I just wanted to ask about, if you can remind me, the Executive Steering Committee, who is that exactly?
Mr. Chair, staff could absolutely confirm. My recollection is that it was the, Steve, you want to answer this? Okay. Not to rely on my memory.
Yeah, I chair the executive steering committee, and on the executive steering committee was the city solicitor, the city treasurer, Mr. Manconi, supported by, at the time, Mr. Swale, who was the director of the light rail Stage 2 project, and the solicitor from Norton Rose.
Okay, thank you very much. And who were the evaluators in terms of the ones that decided whether the scores were good enough?
I know who they are. I've met them all personally. Some of them are city staff. Some of them are contractors. And as I said earlier, there's no question in my mind that they have extensive operational rail experience.
Can we get that list as well?
I guess I'd have to check with the city clerk and solicitor if that information will be provided.
Okay, thank you. It's very interesting to find out about the discretion clause, and that you two were surprised by it. It's something that I'm just sort of grasping now in terms of the importance of it. Was it valid to tell us that in advance? Like, was that something that we should have known?
Mr. Chair, there are plenty of examples of LRT acquisitions in Ontario and across the country, or at least one that we're aware of in British Columbia, 3 here in Ontario, where the RFPs are disclosed. And if the RFP was published, if someone chose to read that RFP, they're incredibly boring documents, but if someone would have read that RFP or decided to go when they had to see if there was an answer to particular questions, they would have seen that the discretion clause existed. And there are other, as I said, Infrastructure Ontario has a practice of publishing their RFP documents.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask if, when we go in camera, if we can also ask questions to members of the Executive Steering Committee on the subject.
We are going in camera on a completely different subject.
Yes, I realize that, but can we add that on?
That would, to add an item to the agenda would require 2/3.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
And I don't know if they are present.
Some of us are present here, Mr. Chair, and we'd be, I think at this point in time, it's all been public. Maybe we should hear the questions.
Do the questions relate to the audit? Your question relates to the audit that is on the agenda right now?
Yes.
Pose your question, and I'll look for advice as to whether it crosses any boundaries.
Thank you. In terms of the discretion clause, why was this kept from councillors?
When we arrived at committee on that, or council on that March date, we were in a position where the delegated authority had basically, as Mr. Hughes stated, had basically brought it to a point where you only had one option, which was to approve or not approve. The issue from legal advice for us was opening up any of the scoring, or any of the issues as part of the evaluation created jeopardy for the city in terms of the proponents and the proponents' ability to challenge the decision, because they don't have any reasonable expectation that there would be other inputs to the evaluation process by council when council was not clearly part of the process from the beginning. So from a legal perspective, the advice we had was that if you open up the evaluation process, the bid review process, in a public forum when the proponents were never advised that that would happen because of the delegated authority council gave away to staff, you create a jeopardy for the city with respect to the proponents. So therefore, legal advice and what you saw was happening at council was that we don't discuss any components or any issues that were applied or discretion that was applied to the scores at that time.
Given the recommendations, do you feel the same way still? Because we've certainly gotten recommendations to have a lot more information.
I'm sorry, Chair, which recommendations?
The recommendations from the AG.
Well, staff have agreed with all 5 recommendations that the Auditor General has provided. The issue is that even with less delegated authority of staff, there still could be limitations on what is made public during the public process. Mr. White has information that we apply to our procurement process in terms of best practices by Justice Bellamy back in 2005. And I'd like to ask him to introduce that in terms of what is best practice from a legal perspective on that review for elected officials in the form of council to be involved and engaged in an active procurement process. Mr. White, could you please provide that information?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. I'd alluded earlier to the recommendations that were made by Madam Justice Bellamy, and just to provide some context and some background to that, members may recall that report and its 240-odd recommendations arose out of what was called the MFP leasing scandal in Toronto, and the fact that the Toronto Council called a judicial inquiry, just given some of the concerns around how that computer leasing procurement process had proceeded. And the importance of Madam Justice Bellamy's report is that it has really informed much of the work that's been done with respect to openness, transparency, and ethics in the local government sector over the last 15 years or more. And it has also informed the city's own processes with respect to procurement. And Madam Justice Bellamy did address the issue because it arose in Toronto at the time of councillors' involvement, and she spoke fairly bluntly in that regard in terms of her recommendations about council involvement. And it might be easier if I simply read from that 1,140-page report. And what Madam Justice Bellamy said at the time was that councillors should separate themselves from the procurement process. They should have no involvement whatsoever in specific procurements. They have the strongest ethical obligation to refrain from seeking to be involved in any way. And I think, of course, Madam Justice Bellamy recognized that there might be, that there certainly was a role for council. She identified that role as developing procurement policies, establishing fair procurement processes, and providing overall direction to staff, identifying procurement needs, approving budgets, discussing particular procurements in committee, and making recommendations to council, and lastly, making final procurement decisions in council. And with respect to the issue of information, and again, some of those same questions that members are considering today arose in Toronto. And Madam Justice Bellamy dealt with that in a separate recommendation and said members of council should not see any documents or receive any information related to a particular procurement while the procurement process is ongoing. And her comment in that, again, is a blunt one that's followed up with the statement that oversight of the procurement process is not a valid reason for seeking access to procurement documentation. And being mindful that in Toronto, of course, that the MFP inquiry was a scandal. It was to the tune of some $40 or $50 million. What Madam Justice said, and anticipating some of these same kinds of concerns, that in the aftermath of lengthy public inquiries that produced evidence of staff errors and misdeeds during large procurement processes, and that's unlike what you've heard with respect to the Stage 2 procurement, individual councillors may understandably feel some trepidation about retreating altogether from any involvement in the execution of particular procurements. However, increased political involvement in procurement will only make matters worse.
Well,
she said, even the noblest motives do not justify councillors' involvement in the procurement process. The risk is far too high that the appearance will be one of political interference. And those recommendations have informed municipal local government procurement processes and policies, the cities included, since those recommendations were made back in 2006.
Well, thank you. I don't think I intended to butt into the procurement process at all. I think what we were looking for was more information and understanding of how it works. And I think it would have been very helpful to have meetings, technical meetings or whatever, to talk about the process. So I don't need to have a lecture on the councillor shouldn't be involved in procurement. I think that's obvious for many reasons, but I do think we need more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Chantier, you'd pulled away from the table. You're good? Councillor Menard's happy to hear that.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair. You mentioned the discretion clause that was used to essentially approve this. Has the City of Ottawa used a discretion clause of this sort in the past? Not just inserted it into the procurement documents, as you say is fairly common practice, but how often have we used the discretion clause in the past?
Mr. Chair, I indicated that it was common practice in procurements of this type.
Yeah, so common practice in procurements of this type to have it available to us. How often has it been used in the City of Ottawa?
Welcome, Mr. McDonald, Chief Procurement Officer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, the use of discretion clauses is quite common in procurement. The procurement bylaw itself includes a schedule of irregularities and how the city and what discretion we have to administer them. Those irregularities are the most common. They happen probably weekly. In addition, there's a rights reserve provision that outlines other discretions. It's modeled after the federal government. Again, those are used quite routinely as well.
So on a regular basis for projects of this large, though, we would be using, or something close to this, we would be using the discretion clause to override what a technical score may tell us in projects of this size. Because you mentioned it's not on things like buying paper or smaller procurements, but a discretionary clause is used, not put in the RFP, but used all the time in the City of Ottawa.
So discretion clauses in general are used quite frequently. This one specifically was specific to this unique procurement and the complexities around this procurement, but the use of discretion clauses is not uncommon.
Okay. Is council going to be told from now on then when we're using our discretion to override our technical requirements or financial requirements of bids on a regular basis? If it alerts me that we're using an override clause, a discretionary clause, fairly regularly in the city.
It is not uncommon that there are errors in bid submissions, just generally in how the submissions are received, the ambiguities in the information, lack of documentation that doesn't give rise to a concern about the bid being actually a valid bid and one that could be actually accepted. And so these discretions are there in order to allow us to correct small errors, to seek additional information, to clarify requirements. They're quite common and they're quite useful.
Okay, that's helpful. That's actually very helpful. So normally they're for small errors or issues that may come up of that sort where a discretion clause may be used. How often are they used to override a technical bid score or a financial bid score?
Mr. Chair, I don't think I'd be able to speak to that. It's each one is handled on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, so maybe the city manager can speak to how often are we overriding using the discretionary clause our technical or financial bid scores by committee that have established parameters around these things.
Again, I can't answer for the billions we put out every year in contracts, but I can tell you on this one that the test and the legal advice we received, and I want to clarify that the legal perspective that Mr. White gave is to answer the question about why did we not provide the information. But the test that we were given was from the courts, are we being reasonable as a city when we eliminate a proponent based on ambiguity in their submission? As Mr. Hughes said, the ratings are subjective in some of those areas. Sometimes it's not clear when someone submits their bid in terms of exactly what they're saying. A second opportunity, and I think this is a key point, Mr. Hughes made it several times, which seems to not be landing, is that before that bid recommendation was brought to council, there was a second opportunity to meet with the proponent to clarify all outstanding questions by the evaluation team members. If they did not meet consensus and reach that point, we would have withdrawn and gone to the second bid. We would not have brought that forward to council. That was our last stop opportunity. So they didn't automatically get through because we applied discretion and then said, you know what, it's okay that you were ambiguous with your answers. No, we had to make sure that they actually could fulfill what our requirements were before they came to council. And so the test for us and the legal opinion we got, as I say, is are we being reasonable? What will the courts look at when someone's off by 3 points, 4 points, 7 points on a multi-billion dollar, $4 billion project? Are we being reasonable in our consideration of that bid? And in the end, as Mr. Hughes said, hindsight is everything. The decision was right because we ended up saving hundreds of millions of dollars to the taxpayer, and we clarified that they met the technical
Well, that's still, jury's still on if you save hundreds of millions of dollars to the taxpayer. Have we? We don't know yet.
No,
we don't know what's going to happen.
Well, you saved it in terms of what their bid submission. It's a fixed price contract, so you have.
Yeah, we've seen where fixed price contracts have led, though, and there's no guarantee that that's actually going to be upheld when we go to the courts on these sorts of things. How were we able to be provided the bid financial information at City Council? Because we were, but not the technical score information. How we're saying, okay, there was a legal opinion then, couldn't give the technical information, but we were, rolling over ourselves to give the financial information there.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure I'm following what the
we
question's about.
were told at committee, at council in March, that this was the lowest financial bid over and over and over again. But when we asked about the technical requirements and scores, that information was not divulged. So both of them are part of this procurement and part of committees that work on these things. Why were we able to be told one aspect but not the other?
Yes, I remember that was raised. We did not divulge the scores, specific scores, for any part of the evaluation process, but we were able to divulge that in the end they were the lowest bid and had the lowest overall score when their bid was factored in with the technical components and the other components of the procurement evaluation. So in the end, when a couple key points is that the winning proponent for stage 2 carried their low score into the process with the financial scores, and a reasonable person would expect that because they went into the final combination of scoring between financial and technical, you would assume that they actually wouldn't win it because they went in with a disadvantage when they brought in the technical score. But in turn, it turns out that their financial proposal was better than the others, and they ended up having the low score and the lowest financial bid.
Yeah, and again, that's not the question. It's why we couldn't be told about the technical score versus the financial score. I understand where you're coming from on the finances side. You're saying that we save money. We'll see.
Well, that was the answer I think I provided to Councillor Kavanagh, which is, as our city solicitor, Mr. White, answered.
Okay. Is the technical compliance committee the same as the completeness review team? Are they the same team? Or are they separate?
No, they were not.
They're separate teams. Okay. Did you have any concerns that the financial evaluations, and this is to Mr. Hughes, were opened before the technical evaluations were completed?
No, we had no concerns with the timing.
Is that normal to see financial bids open before we have the technical bids completed?
I actually asked that question of the people that we had contracted with to do the work with us, and they indicated that there's a variety of, it happens both ways.
Okay, so in procurement, it's normal to have that happen. You open the financial bid before the technical analysis is done.
It's the question of, it's the sharing. I think you might be assuming that it was shared broadly, and it wasn't shared broadly.
Okay, but so who saw it then? Who was privy to it? The executive committee, I guess, or who else would have been privy to the financial information before the technical information?
I'd have to check our working papers, but that was a line of questioning that we pursued.
I'd just like to clarify that the executive committee did not see the financials when we saw the technical. We had no knowledge of the financials. And when we saw the technical scores, we had no knowledge of who the bidders were either. So we did not know who the bidders were. It was blank. It was bidder A, B, and C. And we had a discussion about the appropriateness of using discretion and allowing them through the process based on a blind process. So it was done purely on the process of legal and procurement law and case law about whether one bidder should go through. So we never knew who they were. The financials came at the end after they opened the financial component, and they did the technical follow-up that Mr. Hughes refers to. A recommendation then came to the Executive Steering Committee to say this is the best score, combined score.
Okay, so the financial reports, though, were opened before you saw the technical scores or not?
No, they were opened after.
They were opened after.
That's
you
right.
first saw the technical and then the financials.
That's right. And as Mr. Hughes said, they were separate groups that did not cross-pollinate.
Okay. Okay. So in the report under the delegations of authorities recommendations, you say, Mr. Hughes, that we provided substantial authority to city staff in the conduct of the procurement. And the report from March 2017 limited the role of council in the procurement process to one of approval of the preferred proponent. So in what other ways could council have been involved in the decision making in this? What other things would be recommended in the future instead of giving away so much substantial authority that seems to have been given?
Mr. Chair, you obviously have to balance what you should be seeking is best practice in other municipalities, and you've got to balance what you can and cannot do, and reporting that is not going to jeopardize your procurement process. But the single report that you asked for and got was the bidder, the prospective bidder. There was no other information asked for, and none was provided.
Okay. Do you go into more depth in your recommendations in terms of what we should be looking for in terms of our decision making? Is there more than I'm reading the summary here? But
the recommendations that you see, Mr. Chair, are identical. That's the whole recommendation. Okay. The reason why auditors don't provide prescriptive recommendations is because the decision to implement them rests with management, and they're the ones that bear the risk. So they're the ones that bears the risk of not implementing our recommendations.
Okay, just on that though, I am noticing the wording in some of the recommendations odd, because on the recommendations around the Stage 2 LRT audit, the first three recommendations, they're all saying that the city should consider a phased-in approach. They should consider selecting a number of technical evaluations, consider publishing RFP documents. But every other audit we have here today is prescriptive, that we will, that we shall do. And so it's a small semantic thing. But why is it that the wording is saying we should consider this, leaving the door open to not? So for example, the management response is that the city will consider publishing RFP documents redacted to remove sensitive or commercially confidential information. If you can clarify that, I'm sure it's nothing, but it's just odd that all the rest are worded a certain way.
When we come to do our follow-up, what we look for is, has the risk been reduced or eliminated or mitigated in some way, or is management going to accept that risk? And management always has the the choice of accepting a risk that has been identified by audit, and they do so knowing that council has a say.
Okay, so to management then, when you say the city will consider publishing RFP documents, are you going to do that or are you not going to do that?
So, Mr. Chair, each case is different and needs to be assessed on the particulars of that case. Now, with P3s under the P3 policy, council approval is required when selecting a P3 approach, the P3 delivery method, the procurement strategy, and at that point, in those reports to council, we were proposing that we would demonstrate the consideration of those issues for council's consideration.
Yeah, can you just say that again?
So, under the P3 policy.
Oh, I wanted to hear it again. Sorry, I just want to clarify what you're saying. You're saying, because, no, but what is the criteria you're using to post things or not? You're saying it
will be based on the particulars of the procurement at issue, and that information will be brought forward to council as part of the approval to proceed with a P3 as outlined in the P3 policy.
Okay. It doesn't give me confidence then that we're going to see these regularly posted. I don't know what your criteria is to use it. That seems very subjective to me. So I'd like to see something more rigorous in how we're going to post these. I understand you can redact some of the commercially sensitive information. Makes sense on some of these things, but it'd be nice to have some clarity on what criteria you will use to post or not post for each one. And council should receive that. Mr. Hughes, did the audit take into account the time up to the decision of council in 2019 to approve the procurement as part of the process, or did you stop the audit before that? Was the council meeting where we approved this March 19th, I guess, was that included in this?
Mr. Chair, our work was finished towards the end of summer. I believe it was the end of July. There were certainly processes that took us up to council, and there were processes that took us, beyond where, I think of the contract award, for example. So yeah, there were aspects that did go up to the council.
Okay, so you would have looked at sort of the process on the procurement side leading up to that council meeting. Did you look into the decision that we made in the short period of time that we made it at that council meeting, given the changes that were being made to the recommendation that were different than before? So changes to the dollar amount, significant changes to the dollar amount, changes to the station design, changes to the O-train shutdown timeline, and changes to the project schedule as a whole. Would you have looked at the changes being recommended in that short time as part of this audit?
If you're referring to the changes that were done under delegation and as per the requirement to go back to the ward councillor, et cetera, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
The answer would be no.
Yes, that's right. So all of those things were also under delegated authority and could come forward in the manner that they did. Council delegated that away as well.
Yeah, we did not look at those. We focused on the procurement, the RFP for that procurement, the process in response to that procurement.
Okay. Did the audit look into the utility of procuring long-term maintenance contracts versus a best practice in the industry? Would it have gone into that in terms of a procurement?
Mr. Chair, no, we did not.
Okay. Did you analyze the risk transfer assumptions in place for stage 2 procurement?
No, we did not, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think most of my questions have been answered. I know you can breathe a sigh of relief. Just two things. If two of our bidders had not met the technical threshold, would the discretion clause have kicked in on both?
Mr. Chair, my recall of the discretion clause is it doesn't say just for one.
Okay.
So I believe likely yes.
That sort of begs the question if two had been, I guess, have to go verbally through the RFP, how that we would choose. Okay. The other thing is the speed of which we were forced to sign the contract, and I don't know if, Sean, this is what you were alluding to. We were given basically 10 days in order to, by the time we were given the contract to the time we were told we had to sign it. Did you look at that? Like, we were told it was because costs were going to go up. There was going to be, we were going to, have to open it all up again. It was going to be very costly and lengthy and stuff like that. Is that normal to get a contract of this size and be told you have to sign it within 10 days?
Mr. Chair, my understanding that was the timeline that was part of the RFP process, and that's what had to be responded to. And no, we did not look at that.
Okay. I should be thinking of a follow-up question, but I can't at this point, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eglai, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize if I asked something that's already been asked. I had to step out briefly for another meeting. But I guess the place to start, Mr. Auditor General, is I think you had said during your presentation that the procurement process and the discretionary clause in particular in the research that you did was not unusual. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
And could you maybe, for the committee and those of us who are just visiting today, what research led you to that point? How did you determine that this sort of approach and this sort of a clause was sort of standard for a project of this size and scope? How did you determine that?
So there are three people that from outside the city that were contracted to assist us in this work. They have extensive experience in procurement here in the country, both federally and provincially. And then we also conducted research of our own. For example, one of the questions that we wanted answered was, is there anyone in Ontario that publishes this, their RFP, for example? And we found out that Infrastructure Ontario, as a practice, publishes their RFPs, sometimes with limited redactions. And we found three examples here in Ontario. I think in the report we mentioned Hamilton Light Rail, here Ontario, and another light rail project that where the RFPs were published. And without too much difficulty, we found instances out west where RFPs were also published. And the individuals that assisted us with this audit indicated that it's a common practice.
Sure, the publishing piece, and I see the recommendation about that, but I'm talking about, there's a lot of discussion about that discretionary clause. And I thought you had said earlier on that was a practice that was not unusual for a procurement of this type and scope. And what I'm asking you is, how did you come to determine that?
Once again, the individuals that worked with us on this project indicated that Infrastructure Ontario. This is part of their template that is quite normal.
Okay, so you found other working examples out
Yes,
there where this.
we did.
Okay, and I'm just trying to summarize this in a nutshell. So, if I understand what you're saying, as far as you're concerned, staff largely followed the process that was set out. There's some minor recommendations that you've made, but in large part they followed the processes as agreed to.
Staff followed the delegation of authority, yes.
Okay, well, that's where I'm going. So staff not only followed the process, but they followed the process that they were directed to follow.
They followed the delegation of authority, and they carried out all the aspects of delegation of authority, and including the requirement to report back that single piece of information.
So if council wanted a different result, council wanted more information or information provided in a different format or in a more timely fashion, council could have stipulated that at the time that they were giving direction to Mr. Kanellakis and his team, correct?
Mr. Chair, that's correct, and they could do so the next time too.
And within that scope of delegation, if you will, are there things based on the research that you did looking at other types of contracts of a similar nature in different jurisdictions, are there things that we could not direct staff to share with us that would run contrary to generally accepted procurement practices for projects of this scope?
We didn't, Mr. Chair, we didn't research that angle, but that's the idea behind a recommendation that isn't extremely prescriptive, so that staff can deliver a solution that will meet greater information requirements to council and to the general public without impairing or going against procurement best practices.
So next time around, if there is a next time around, we, in the process of a FEDCO meeting or a council meeting, could say to Mr. Kanellakis, we want to have a quarterly report. The report is to include X, Y, and Z. That is to be provided in a written format, oral format, whatever parameters we want it to set around it. It's within our authority to do that, and within our I hate to use the word discretion after we've had this, but it's within our discretion to give that authority or to set those parameters for city staff.
Correct, Mr. Chair, and I think that's where the procurement experts and the legal experts will say, this is on, this could be problematic, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure, I mean, obviously subject to legal requirements and what have you, and so again, I go back to my nutshell. Staff did what they were directed to do. They could have been directed differently, but they did what they were told to do.
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. No other questioners on my list. We're very flexible with respect to the time and recognizing it's an important issue, and sure to appreciate everyone's questions and the information that we were able to get today. We are still on item number 4, audit number 6 or segment number 6 of the annual report, and it's fire suppression. Mr. A.G., your presentation, please, and then Chief Ayot will help us.
Thank you, Chair. The Ottawa Fire Service, or the OFS, operates fire suppression program which is focused on controlling and/or extinguishing fires. The OFS operates emergency response through 45 fire stations using 900 unionized career firefighters and 480 non-unionized volunteer firefighters. The overall objective of our audit was to determine whether management systems and practices and processes support the effective and efficient fire suppression operations. And based on the results of the risk assessment process we did during our planning phase, we broke this down into the 3 audit objectives. We assessed the process and practices in place to ensure there's appropriate governance and oversight. We assessed the efficiency and effectiveness of the OFS recruitment processes, and we assessed the management of key information systems. We looked at the period from 2017-2018, and I should note that we'll be likely coming back probably next year with another audit, and that will be of fire prevention services. So this is fire suppression, and next we'll be coming back with fire prevention. As far as our findings, we found that the supervisory oversight of career firefighters could be improved. The city underwent a significant reorg in 2016 that impacted the senior management structure of the OFS. And we found that a lack of separation in union affiliation between the unionized OFS supervisory staff and the unionized career firefighters. We found that this lack of separation impacts on OFS leadership's ability to manage suppression operations. The fire leadership team is a fairly small group, consisting of the fire chief, 4 deputy chiefs, then program manager, and then rural sector chiefs who deal with the volunteers. Under them, all of the fire suppression supervisory personnel, the platoon chiefs and the district chiefs, are part of the same union as the fire suppression staff. As a result, all operational management and involved discipline matters become the direct responsibility of the 4 fire chiefs. In the absence of an OFS middle management layer outside of the Firefighters Association, together with other collectively bargained provisions, also limits the ability of the fire service to build up the management ability of its supervisors. This arrangement is not common with other comparable organizations. We checked with 3 other composite fire services and 2 other City of Ottawa services. We found that in all cases except one, the middle managers with supervisory responsibility are not part of the same union that represents the staff. In response to our recommendation, staff have indicated that they have advanced a collective bargaining proposal to exclude platoon chiefs from representation under the union and have them become MPE employees. Next, we looked at the recruitment process, and we found it to be an inefficient process, I would say. They run a biannual recruitment campaign that attracts 1,500 to 2,000 applicants for a limited number of hires, between 30 and 40 a year. So this campaign is a single pathway into becoming a career firefighter. The recruitment process is lengthy and highly labor-intensive. In part, this is because there are no pre-qualification requirements, such as the National Fire Protection Association certification. Now, training to NFPA standards is now available at La Cité as well as Algonquin College. And use of this certification is being used by other Ontario fire services, including Toronto, Kitchener, and Mississauga. But we did want to give some credit to OFS management in this regard, and they have taken some initial steps towards undertaking a recruitment and hiring strategy review. Also related to the recruitment process, we found that the diversity and inclusion focus of the process could be improved. The city's diversity and inclusion branch within the HR department provides advice to various city groups to implement the city's corporate diversity and inclusion plan. We found that there were opportunities to improve the representation of diversity groups within the OFS. For various historical reasons, women, members of visible minorities, and persons with disabilities are underrepresented in the OFS workforce. However, the OFS is making progress. They are attracting a more diverse pool of applicants into the recruiting process. However, while specific efforts such as Camp Fit have been made to attract more women into the recruiting process, we note that they remain underrepresented compared to workforce availability. OFS management has implemented some of the recommendations that the Diversity and Inclusion Group made to target recruitment in order to increase the diversity of applicants. However, the Diversity and Inclusion Group also made recommendations that OFS has not implemented. We found that OFS also does not have its own diversity goals and does not provide reporting to Council on its progress in this area. Turning to IT systems, we were generally satisfied with the IS system business continuity controls. OFS relies on information systems to support its management of its operations and also to support the suppression response teams in their day-to-day activities. We found that in addition to its own staff, OFS relies on other groups to support its systems. These include the city's IT group, the Ottawa Police Service in some cases, as well as third-party vendors. Within this support environment, though, we found that the OFS had implemented effective backup and business continuity controls for its key systems. Lastly, we focused on broader IT planning and data quality management and found that that area could be improved. We made 4 recommendations in this audit, and the city agreed with all of them. And now we'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for this report. I really appreciate it, especially in light of women and gender equity, because this is an occupation that is very much underrepresented for women. And I didn't actually see a number because you mentioned the percentage of visible minorities. So what is the percentage of women currently in the firefighters?
I'll have to look here, actually. I don't have that one off the top of my head, but we do.
We do have Chief Ayotte who's in our audience. Chef Ayotte, est-ce que vous avez ces renseignements-là, the percentage of the element of diversity in our firefighting source? Welcome, bienvenue.
Oui, bonjour. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Yes, we do have those numbers. I believe they are in the report, but without rifling through them, I can tell you right now we're at about 7% of women in our fire service. That includes all divisions, including our fire prevention division, our dispatching, our training, and our frontline firefighters.
Okay, how many are in frontline firefighters?
Now, we're approximately 3.5% right now, where we know we need to improve that number, but it's in line with what we see across the industry.
One of the recommendations was the fact that you have such a involved training process where there could be some pre-qualifications. For example, I was talking to some of our public works staff, and DZ licenses are something that would be useful if people had them beforehand, and so that would reduce the number of applicants you have. Have you looked at these ideas of having where they're having pre-qualifications to make sure you've got qualified candidates rather than having that arduous process of trying to screen so many people? It concerns me that if you had more pre-screening of qualifications, you'd have a better shot at having more women, because you could see that they had those pre-qualifications already.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can advise you that DZ licenses are a requirement to join Ottawa Fire Services as we currently stand, so maybe that example is not great from a career perspective. However, we are looking as part of our recruitment process to make mandatory NFPA certification, as opposed to us spending 14 weeks training firefighters to get certified. We can do with some of our comparators are doing throughout the province, where you have to come, much like the police and the paramedic service, with an education or with that certification before you join, and that would help us also in the recruiting recommendation that was put forward.
Thank you, and thank you for making that clarification on the licenses. What are you doing to encourage women? What are you specifically doing to encourage more women to become firefighters?
Thank you for that question. Mr. Chair, I can advise you that we are leaders in a program called Camp Fit, and I know that it's 10 years in the running, but we've just hired our very first female firefighter from that program. We've also partnered up with Fire Service Women of Ontario. They held their conference here this year, but we are doing a lot of work with them with regards to getting some grants, and the federal government has initiated a grant program that will actually study the issue of attracting more women into fire service. We know from the 2,000 applicants that we're getting approximately 10-11% of the applicants to be women, and at the end of the pipe where we're actually hiring them, we're also hiring in those numbers around 10%. What we need to do is attract more, make this occupation more appealing to everyone. And that's where our efforts will focus, and hopefully the research will give us some evidence-based decision-making ability based on evidence as opposed to just what we've believed, because what we've believed in the past hasn't worked.
Yes. Well, you said you've had that Camp Fit for 10 years, and you're only just recruiting a woman from it now. So obviously it needs a little work.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. The reason why it takes 10 years is because the Camp Fit is for young women of 15 to 17, and then they have to actually get some life skills and some training as well to actually meet the competencies to become firefighters. So 10 years is in line with what we expect to see from our recruitment. Can we do more? Yes, we believe we can do more.
Thank you. Are you working with places like Algonquin College to encourage women to take courses that would be helpful for them to be firefighters?
Absolutely, and they also have to go through their applicant process and deal with it. So we work with Les Cités. We have our deputies working with Les Cités and with Algonquin to ensure that we try to recruit as many of those possibilities. We also recruit a lot more female firefighters in our rural service, which is a great feeder group for receiving certification. It takes our rural firefighters approximately 2 years to become certified, but it's a great avenue for people to join the fire service and then get the proper training that they need as opposed to just the college system.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate those efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good to see you, Chief. Just a couple of questions. I'm concerned with this issue about middle management not really being in a supervisory role here. And so I'm wondering, I get it that you want to try and do this through the collective agreement, but I'm looking for some indication that you have a plan B and so on if it doesn't come through in collective agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and nice to see you as well, Councillor. I can assure you that there is a Plan B. Initially, under the Fire Protection Prevention Act, there's a requirement for us to freely negotiate this, and should that not work, then we can go to the Ontario Labour Relations Board and ask for the exclusions. And ideally, we'd like to be able to negotiate it in next round negotiations. However, we'll see where that takes us, following which we will be proceeding, if necessary, to the next step.
So the plan will be to move them, the affected workers, exclude them from the bargaining union, but protect all the jobs, correct?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if I got, did you say protect the jobs? Can you repeat the question,
like, please? We're not looking to, sorry, I'll clarify it further. You're not looking to exclude however many employees it is and then reduce the number of middle managers in your department. You're looking at excluding them, but when I say protecting the jobs, keeping that job number at the same or growing, depending on whatever the growth factors are. Is that correct?
Yes. I understand the question now. I believe you want us to keep the work that they are currently doing. So in the particular cases of platoon chiefs and division chiefs, we want them excluded, but we also want them to keep their work that they're currently doing, which would make it non-unionized work.
So you will add in the supervisory requirements and stuff. If you're not successful at the labor board or through hopefully through collective agreement, first off, do we have the right to go and create new positions that would be the supervisors and exclude it? Is that something we can do and then freeze the other position?
Yes, we can. If we're not successful in those two avenues, we'll be bringing a report back through management to look at other options with regards to what we need to do. But we do have a right to create more positions.
And I take it that you're getting advice on how to, whichever one of the, now we have a plan C in there as well. If you go down any of those avenues, I'm assuming that somebody's working on a job description that will be approved by everybody that they can work under, so we don't run into this issue again?
Yes, that's correct. As you know, in 2006, the city eliminated a layer of management positions, and we've worked around those issues in order to try and address it. So some of those job descriptions do exist. However, they exist in an additional layer of management. We would revisit that to make sure that there isn't an additional layer of management, but that we have more capacity within our management structure to manage our resources.
Great. Okay. Well, good luck to you and the association on your collective bargaining. I hope you resolve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor El Shantiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to our staff, to the chief. In the past, we had a different. Didn't we have association for senior officer? Were they in a different association than the union?
Chair, for the fire service, no, that never existed. They've always been under the Fire Protection Prevention Act. All firefighters employed by the fire department must be part of the bargaining unit, except for those that are clearly defined, the chief and the deputies that are exempt. As opposed to in the police service or in the paramedic service, you have the frontline staff that are represented by one union, senior officers or the command staff in the paramedic service represented by another union, and then you have the MP staff. So to your question, so those members that are supervising or in another union, they can discipline and do some supervisory roles, but unfortunately, the fire service, because of the Fire Prevention Protection Act, doesn't allow that, and they've never had that.
Trying to find a way where we can engage the management with the anyway, Chief, one of the areas when we talk about recruiting and the percentage of obviously this area it has quite a bit of challenge. Like when you have a 10 position, you have 1,000 applicants. So we know the job is no lack of applicants in it. But if there's any process beforehand to help encourage other, whether visible minority or women or LGBT, whatever, do we have something to bring that encouragement? The recruitment process, does it allow or does it help? Because I know the fire doesn't do their own screening, am I correct?
Okay, so I'll start with the first process,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. The first process, we do have an outreach program where we do get out into various different communities to try and recruit people, actually get them to apply. Our actual recruitment process, the testing involved, the initial testing involved, which is the written component of the testing, is provided by a third party. Now we're currently reviewing all of that, and we're picking the best. And we're moving forward and we're interviewing all of them and we're picking the best. That creates challenges when we only have very small percentages of diverse communities applying to begin with, and then we're picking the best. Their chances are much less. All that to say, we're creating a new ventures program with Scouts Canada, which allows both men or girls and boys to actually join a venture program, which is also part of our outreach program, which will expose them to different firefighting challenges and competencies that they would require to become firefighters, and it would help them promote that. We're also looking at, through again the research project, identifying other ways in which we can hold camps for various different diversity groups and women that can come in and also participate. So I think the road ahead of us is brighter than it has been. However, time will tell.
Do you have percentage? How many of the folks who joined the volunteer firefighter become a career firefighter? Like, do you have percentage or at least an idea what the number will be? Because maybe that's one way to promote people to go through volunteering program first, and if that will open some doors for them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we right now our numbers are approximately between 25 and 30% of our career firefighters that we hire come from our volunteer sector. They're also competing against people who are already firefighters from other municipalities who want to move into our beautiful city. We also have, many different people with different competencies that are coming forward and actually doing very well in the recruitment process. That number has increased almost every year in the past 5 years with regards to the number of volunteers. We see that as a key area to obtain more and more of our future career firefighters. It does exclude, the inner city core and those challenges. So we have to bolster our recruit, because remember, if you want to be a volunteer in Ottawa Fire Service, you have to live in the community. So it does exclude people in the urban area and in the suburban area for some parts. As a result of that, we need to bolster programs for inner city youth and the additional people. That's where the colleges come in, and we need to look at potentially funding some possible grant programs for those who are less fortunate.
Thank you, Chief, for that. And I think you have some work cut out for you. As we know, you don't want your competitive in OPS beat you with the number, because their number higher when it comes to female and diverse hire, and so but also for those people who's interested in a career firefighter, all what they have to do, move to West Carleton, become a volunteer firefighter, and then become on a job. So there's a solution after all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And seeing no other questions, merci beaucoup, Chef Ayotte. Thank you, Mr. Demonte, for being here today. And those are the 6 public segments of the 4th item of our agenda. I will ask the Vice Chair to bring us in camera.
that in accordance with Procedure Bylaw 2019-8, the Audit Committee resolve in camera pursuant to subsections 13(1)(e) litigation or potential litigation including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, or a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board.